Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing this morning? I'm still sleepy, in case you can't tell. Hey, Judy, Jill, Carla. What are you talking about, Jill? Oh, you're talking about what Judy dropped. See, I am tired. I'm paying attention. Don't even know what's going on. I'm so glad it's Friday. On September 18, 2007, after deliberating for a week, the jury came back deadlocked 7-5. Judge Larry Paul Fidler refused to grant an immediate mistrial and instead gave the jurors new instructions. He ordered them to resume deliberations. The jury returned on September 26 to report they were still deadlocked 10-2, with the majority voting to convict Spector. And as always, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. So I read Jill's comment first, and that's why I was confused. At least the majority of jurors weren't starstruck idiots. I didn't know who he was. By 2007, he wasn't well known still in 2007, was he? I mean, like when he had his own band or whatever, that was the 60s, right? And then in or was that the 50s? I watched that documentary, but I still can't remember. And then he switched over to producing music in the 70s and 80s. Was he still producing music? Or was he just living off the money from. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Do you think that people on the jury knew who he was, though? Like, wouldn't they have picked people that didn't know who he was? I don't know. I guess people in LA know lesser known actors and actresses and celebrities and stuff. Hey, Carla. I don't know. I I I don't think I'd heard of him before the I don't remember the trial as it was happening, but just because of my true crime stuff, I think I ran across the story at some time. And I don't remember if I ran across the album. Like there's a Christmas album and the title of the album is Presented to You by Phil Spector or something like that. I'll have to look it up. But I think I found out about that Christmas album after I found out about what he did. It's all muddy in my head, like like most things are. But like to me, he wasn't like a big deal celebrity. Even after I found out who he was, like he's a music producer. I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving music producers enough credit, but like to me, there's nothing to be starstruck at. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like all these women that they're lining up on the stand to talk about this man, and hey Terry, and oh, so he still was an active music producer when this happened. Huh. I thought like was just living off of his reputation and the money he was making in like royalties and stuff. But okay. So he was an active music producer all the way. Huh. Yeah. That's weird. Cuz I didn't know he was. Okay, so we're going to start with dang, I forgot his name. James Hammond, Alhambra police officer. So, why Alhambra? Haven't they been LA policemen? Y'all, I swear I got a good night's sleep, but I'm not awake yet. Sorry, I did not mean to burp into the microphone. So this is how Alhambra police officer James Hammond. Oh, it will help if I share my screen.
James Hammond, that's James, last of Hammond.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Hammond, in February of 2003, how were you employed?
Police officer for the city of Alhambra.
And are you still employed by the police department in Alhambra? In Alhambra?
Yes, I am.
Back in February, particularly February 3rd, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And about 5 in the morning, did you get a call directing you to 1700 Grandview in the city of Alhambra?
Yes, I did.
And were you accompanied by several other officers?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the location, did you eventually find yourself in a rear area where there's a fountain and a parking area?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, did you hear a radio call initiated by an officer named Cardella?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Cardella was assigned to watch the rear doorway area of the location. Is that your understanding?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you remember what the radio call was that you heard?
The radio transmission was that he saw somebody or observed somebody around the residence or inside the residence.
And after hearing that call, did you and several other officers go and place yourself near where he was standing?
Yes, we did.
And did you look into the location at that point?
Yes, I did.
Incidentally, Officer Cardella was involved in some form of accident in the not too distant past. Is that right?
That is correct.
So he's off duty at this time?
Yes, he is.
Now, when you looked into the location, did you see someone inside the location?
Yes, I did.
And did you later determine that the person you saw was Mr. Philip Spector?
Yes, I did.
Where was he when you first saw him?
Mr. Spector was on the landing to the foyer. It's just right above the south door of the residence, and it's part of the landing that goes to the upstairs.
Okay. And later you entered the location and saw that entire foyer and stairway area. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. At the time you made this observation, were you looking through a window or a doorway?
Looking through a window.
And when you saw Mr. Spector on the landing, what did you see him do?
He had his back turned towards us and his arms were crossed like this, and he appeared to be pondering about something that was in front of him.
Did he appear to be looking down toward the first floor area?
Yes, he was looking down with his head kind of tilted down.
Okay. And when you said he had his hands like this, for the record, you had basically your hands crossed in front, arms crossed in front of you with your hands in your bicep area?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, after you saw him there, did you again see him within a matter of seconds later?
It was a short time later, I'd say probably within 20, 30 seconds, he appeared out the door.
Okay. And at that point, had you and the other group of officers moved closer to the doorway where you saw him standing?
After giving him commands, yes, we did.
Okay. What did you or the other officers tell him to do at that point?
Officer Cardella, from what I recall, was telling him to remove his hands from his pocket and to walk towards us so we could get him in a position so we can contain him.
Okay. Now, where was he located when Officer Cardella made that statement to him?
Mr. Spector was still standing on the stairs that lead up to the south doorway to the back entrance.
Okay. In relation to that rear doorway, was he inside or outside of the doorway?
He was outside the doorway.
Okay. And there's a small entryway there, like a little porch. Was he on that?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you able to see his expression from where you were located at that point?
Expression, exactly. Vague expression.
I think if he, do you understand the question?
I do.
All right, the objection's overruled. You may answer.
His stare, he knew where we were at, but his stare was like a blank stare. And he wasn't too concerned with us, it appeared.
Okay. In your report, you referred to his expression as being a dazed or confused look. Is that what you concluded based on looking at the gentleman's face that evening?
Yeah, just non-emotional, blank stare, wouldn't look at us and looking around us and not listening to anything we were saying.
Okay. Did he appear confused to you?
Objection, not called.
Sustained.
Well, I'm not asking if he was. I'm asking about the appearance, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that someone knows what a confused appearance is. You can ask other questions, around it, but I'm going to sustain the objection.
He was standing with a blank stare. He had his hands in his pockets. Is that correct?
That is correct.
His pants pocket like I have now?
Yes.
And just kind of looking off into the distance, not making eye contact with you or the other officers. Is that what it was?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, after Officer Cardella told him to take his hands out of his pockets, did he do that at some point?
He did.
And did he raise them up above his head area like I'm doing?
Yes, he did.
And did he keep them there?
I know he did not.
What did he do with them?
It was very quick. He brought his hands up very quickly. We observed nothing in his hands and he put them back in his pockets.
Okay. And did he still have this kind of blank expression or blank look on his face?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, at some point, at this point in the event, did you and the other officers move closer toward him?
Yes, we did.
And Officer dealt a piece of equipment known as a ballistic shield, is that right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And Officer or Corporal Pate was behind him, is that right?
Yes, Detective P was behind him.
Sorry. And behind him was you, I guess.
That is correct.
And then Officer Rodriguez and Tamayo made up the balance of that group, is that right?
Yes, by that time, Officer Tamayo was already stationed to the, I believe it's going to be kind of the northeast corner of the residence.
Okay. Now, as Mr. Spector stood there on that rear porch, kind of blank look, did Detective P do something with a piece of equipment at some point in time?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he do?
Detective informed us that he was going to go ahead and
Let me indicate something, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you why we're doing this. The next witness who's going to testify, who we're going to refer to as Detective P, is working in an undercover capacity at the request of his department and for his safety. We're not referring to him by his name. We will not mention his name, and we've asked the press not to mention his name. He's not going to be photographed because it's for safety, because he's out on the streets working in that capacity. So that's why we're using this terminology to that individual. So it's Detective P. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't. Did you answer what Detective P did at that point?
Yeah, Detective P advised us that he was going to go ahead and tase him.
Okay, and did he do that?
Yes, he attempted.
Okay. And what happened when he shot the taser at Mr. Spector?
As the taser probes exited the taser, the right probe went a little bit high, hit Mr. Spector in the chest area. It'd actually be his left area. And the bottom taser, which was more towards Mr. Spector's right, actually dropped off and didn't penetrate.
Are you trained in the use of the taser?
Yes, I am.
And do both probes have to make contact with an individual in order for the current to pass out of the gun into the individual?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so if there's only one lead attached to Mr. Spector, the gun wouldn't have its intended effect. Is that right?
It's unlikely that it would work.
Okay. Now, at some point, did Mr. Spector turn back into the house and walk into the house?
He did that prior to us tasing him.
Okay. Before he turned back into the house, did he make a statement in the direction of the officers?
Can you rephrase that?
Did at some point Mr. Spector say, "You've got to come in and see this," words to that effect?
Objection.
Would you read that back? I didn't hear the question.
Question, did at some point Mr. Spector say you've got to come in and see this to that effect?
Approach the bench, please.
Officer Hammond, do you have the question in mind?
Repeat the question, please.
At some point when Mr. Spector was standing on that porchway, or a little entryway, before he turned to go back into the house, did he make a statement, "You've got to come in and see this"?
Yes, he did.
And thereafter, he walked back into the foyer area?
He stepped that direction, yes.
Okay, and then shortly afterwards was when Detective P shot the taser at him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, were the officers still attempting to get Mr. Spector to exit the house, show his hands at that point in time?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And Mr. Spector was just standing in the foyer, not responding, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so at some point was a command or a direction given to enter the location to try to take Mr. Spector into custody?
Yes, it was.
And did Officer Cardello with the shield enter first?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Ms. Behringer, do we have that exhibit available? It's AA, I believe. This is not a real clear picture, but in the area, oops. Can you see a dark object on the floor near the chair that's closest to the doorway there?
I can't make it out.
Okay. Describe the shield, if you would.
The ballistic shield is an item that's probably about 2 feet wide, probably about 4 feet high. It's got a handle on it. It's designed to keep rounds from coming into the person that's carrying it, and it's got a little glass windshield that's there.
So it's basically a bulletproof shield if it does what it's supposed to do, is that right?
That's correct.
What did office, and what was Mr. Spector doing as the officers entered the location?
Mr. Spector at that time, after the taser didn't work, was standing there. At that point, we started to move forward and pushed him to the ground.
And did Officer Cardello use the shield to push him?
Yes, he did.
And did he push him into the stairway area that appears to be on the right side of the Exhibit AA there?
That is correct.
Okay, and did Mr. Spector go backwards to an area where there was a pedestal at that time, do you recall?
Yes, there was, right there at the foot of the stairs.
Okay, and he eventually was not to the, well, actually, did Detective P then pass Cardello and come into contact with Mr. Spector?
Yes, he did.
And did Detective P is a big fellow, is he not?
He's 6 foot, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. And did he throw Mr. Spector down to the ground?
From my vantage point, the shield appeared to be what kind of knocked Mr. Spector back onto the ground. I was third behind the line.
Okay. In any event, within those few moments, Mr. Spector wound up on the floor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when he was on the floor, did you take a part of his body at any time? Did you grab hold of any part of his body?
Yes, I did.
And what did you grab hold of?
I grabbed a hold of his right arm, which was extended.
Was he laying prone, that is, on his face on the floor?
Yes, he was.
And his right arm was extended above his head, was it?
Yes, it was.
And you took a hold of his arm to immobilize it, I take it.
And to get him prepared for cuffing.
Okay. And where was Detective P at that point?
Detective P was, I believe, closer to the banister, almost in between Mr. Spector and the banister, trying to gain control of the left arm.
And Mr. Spector's left arm was beneath his body, was it?
That is correct.
And Detective P pulled it out from beneath his body around to the rear of his body for a handcuffing position. Is that right?
Yes.
And the Detective P, he had his knee on Mr. Spector's back to keep him immobilized, did he?
Yes, he did.
And the other two officers, Cardella, number 3, I guess, Tamayo and Rodriguez, were they all in that same confined foyer area at that point?
Officer Tamayo, like I said, was at the northeast corner of the residence, taking point on the front door. So he was outside the residence. Officer Rodriguez, she was within that area. She was behind me.
Okay, so,
And Officer Cardella, he ended up behind me.
was this, I guess everybody kind of, or all the officers, the 4 officers now entered in kind of a rush, is that right?
It was a controlled rush, yes.
Okay. And your attention was focused on placing handcuffs on Mr. Spector, is that right?
My attention, based on me being third in line, was to protect the 2 that were actually in the physical altercation with Mr. Spector at the very beginning.
Okay.
And that was to cover stairwells, opening doors, whatever it might have been. Quickly, that changed to where I had to get involved with the handcuffing.
You mentioned altercation. That kind of implies that Mr. Spector was trying to fight back. That didn't happen, did it?
That's not my intention, no. I'm just saying that as we're trying to take him into custody to contain him, that's when I started changing my role of being on point to trying to cuff Mr. Spector.
Okay. In terms of Mr. Spector offering any resistance, he was basically standing there, wasn't complying with your verbal commands, but he wasn't physically resisting, was he?
No, he was not.
Okay. Then he got knocked over by the shield, and officers jumped on him and handcuffed him. Is that right?
We handcuffed him, yes.
Once he was handcuffed, was he somewhere in that foyer area?
Yes, he was around the banister area.
Okay, kind of where the dates, or that little numeric figure is there on the bottom right?
Right in that general area, yes.
Okay. And was he left in that position until he was taken away from the location?
Yes, he was.
Now, after the handcuffs had been placed upon Mr. Spector, did you eventually turn your attention to the woman that was seated in the chair there?
Yes, I'd already noticed her when I first went in. Then I turned my attention to her because at that point somebody had to check her vitals to see what was going on.
And did you see who did that?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
That was Officer Cardella.
Okay. I take it he approached her as she was seated somewhat in a similar position that you see her there.
That is correct.
And did he raise her left arm and appear to feel for a pulse on her left wrist?
Yeah. Yes, that is correct.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did he stop to put gloves on before he did that, if you recall?
I don't recall him putting gloves on.
And after he appeared to search left wrist, did he place her hand back down on the chair or on her body and leave her there?
From what all, he didn't actually or anything. He just went down and checked the pulse and advised that there was no pulse.
Now, when Mr. Spector was on the floor there, did you, before I ask this question, perhaps Mr. Dixon and I ought to.
Sure.
Officer Hammond, while Mr. Spector was on the floor there after he'd been handcuffed, did you hear him ask someone to get his white jacket, that he wanted his white jacket?
I don't recall that statement.
Okay. Did you hear him ask for a list of phone numbers or a list of numbers?
I don't recall that statement.
Before Mr. Spector was knocked over by the shield, did you know whether or not Detective P attempted to use the taser in a contact by placing it against his body somewhere?
That is correct.
And the taser makes a noise when it goes off, kind of a electrical noise, does it not?
Yes, it did.
To directly use the taser on Mr. Spector.
I heard it once.
Was it at that point you heard it? When you say you heard it once, was it at the point where Detective P had it against Mr. Spector's body?
I recall it outside. When the prongs go out, it makes the noise. When we're inside, I saw Detective P going for the body contact, and I don't recall ever hearing it.
Okay, so you're not able.
Yay, Jennifer. Thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. Yay. I can't believe I've had members for 2 months already. Yeah, and this is, it's a little personal blender. I got it. My husband wants everything that I have. Or if I want it, he wants it. So I wanted one of these and I was telling him about it. So he decided he wanted one. So I bought him this one for Christmas. This is his. He never uses it. I use it. I love it. The only thing is it's made, see, it still has big chunks of ice in the bottom because it's made more for like a smooth, like a yogurt, like fruit smoothie kind of a thing. It's not like really strong. And I use like, it's Herbalife. So it's like a powder and then you just use water and ice. So it doesn't crush the ice up that well because it's a little rinky-dink personal blender thing. But yeah, it works. It's good enough. I want a real, like one of those real, like $500 blenders that will like crush everything. That's what I want, but I don't have that. Don't quite have the budget for those kind of blenders. Oh, I don't know how many ounces. I have no idea. I'll have to find, I got it off of Amazon. I'll have to find the link on Amazon and post it.
Are you able to tell whether or not it worked when it was in contact, whether it discharged any electricity when it was physically in contact with Mr. Spector?
I couldn't testify to that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I have a few questions for you too. Just let me get over there. Defense counsel asked you, the defendant, Phil Spector, to show his hands. You remember that?
I personally didn't, but it was asked.
It was asked by one of your fellow officers in your presence, correct?
That is correct.
How many officers were there?
There was a total of 5 of us that were on the property at that time.
What time was this?
It'd be roughly just right after 5 o'clock in the morning.
And that's when you first arrived, is that right?
That
Just
is,
after 5 o'clock.
that is correct.
But it was sometime much later before he was arrested and handcuffed, isn't that correct? Some 40 minutes or so?
That would be correct.
Now, going back to, you asked him, or one of your fellow officers asked him to show his hands, right?
Yes,
And that's because his hands would have been in his pocket.
that is correct.
And the reason that Alhambra officers yelled at him, and it was yelled, correct? This wasn't just, hey, take your hands out of your pocket. It was yelled. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Did you have some kind of bullhorn, or was it just flat out yell?
It was talk as loud as you can.
And the reason you did that was why?
I'm going to object. He didn't do it, so it'd be hard for him to know what the others did.
I think it's protocol, so.
Can you rephrase or re-ask, please?
The reason that your fellow officer yelled at Phil Spector to take his hands out of his pocket is for officer safety, because everybody there thought that there was a gun involved in this incident. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And the defendant took his hands out of his pockets and then put them back in, right?
Yes, he did.
And you know that handguns can be secreted in your pocket, correct?
Yes.
What does officer safety mean? What does that mean?
Officer safety to us means that we get to go home at the end of the day if we're doing everything we're supposed to be doing.
That's right. And that's an important, obviously, utmost importance in your line of work, correct?
That is correct.
I mean, you want to make sure that every one of your fellow officers gets to do their job in an incident like this. No one gets hurt, and you all get to go home to your families every night, correct?
That is correct.
And you also want to make sure that no one else gets hurt, other civilians, even suspects. You don't want anyone to get hurt. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And in your police department, the Alhambra Police Department, that's a very important, perhaps most important policy in the office. Isn't that correct? Is officer safety, make sure no one gets hurt or killed.
Yes, it is.
And that is always of primary importance when you get a call that weapons are involved or shots went off. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
So in this instance, when you arrived at 1700 Grandview that morning, February 3rd, a little after 5 in the morning, you heard and your fellow officers knew that shots had been fired, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm going to object. First of all, that's beyond the scope. Second of all, there's no report of shots being fired.
To a certain extent, the way the question was phrased, I'll sustain it, but the rest of it is relevant to this rephrase.
Do you understand that that a weapon had been used? Was that your belief that a weapon had been used?
I'm going to object. That's not relevant.
It is relevant to explain our actions, which have been raised and to be argued more than one fashion.
Yes, we were aware that there was a gunshot possible victim in the residence.
Right. And at some point,
I know. I hate that. I don't like the way they use that word. Why do they say that word? Oh, I don't have my mic. Secreted, secreted, secreted. There's two different words. But if you're going to have a problem with the way you pronounce it, don't even use it. Can we say like kept hidden? Or kept secret. Don't. Why do we need to use the word secreted means liquid, oozing. Use the. It's gross. Every time they say secreted, it just grosses me out because that's not what they're talking about. Yeah. They do it all the time. If you're going to say secreted about hiding something, that's fine, but say it right. Okay, this is what crashed StreamYard. I found the link. Oh, it broke it up. Why is this link so long? Good gravy, Marie. Well, that doesn't help. Why is it so long? Okay, that's probably not going to help you. It's a Hamilton Beach. Oh, yeah, definitely not. That's not, no. It's a Hamilton Beach personal blender. I don't know why that link is so freaking long.
Relate that information to you.
Yes, he did.
The limo driver.
Yes, he did.
And the information that you had at the time that you arrested Phil Spector.
And it's also beyond the scope.
It's not. Again, first of all, it's not being offered. Truth of the matter, sir. It's offered to explain why these officers reacted in a certain fashion. Therefore, it's not beyond the scope because, as I've indicated, that can be argued in a multitude of fashions, quite frankly. So for all those reasons, the objections are overruled. You may proceed.
And you'd learn that Adriana De Souza, the limo driver, had said that the suspect in the house had said, I think I just killed somebody. Or isn't it true that all the officers that you were working with there had that information, that a gun had been used, that there was a victim in the house, and that a suspect in the house may have fired a weapon? Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
So fair to say that that's a pretty serious situation for you and for your fellow. One that involves a very real concern for officer safety and the safety of others. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And does your department, Alhambra Police Department, have certain policies in place that you are trained on to make sure that officers are protected in trying to arrest a suspect in those kind of that kind of a situation?
Yes, they do.
And those are policies that are also dictate certain tactics that are taken in various times that you are required to follow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And again, the primary purpose there is for officer safety and the safety of suspects so that the arrest is done without anyone being hurt, either the suspect or the police officers. Is that right?
That is correct.
So let's talk about this one a little bit. Sudie, can we have People's 21? You arrived there, as you said, a little after 5 o'clock in the morning on February 3rd of 2003, correct?
Yes,
Still dark outside, wasn't it?
yes, it was.
And the location they went to is a rather, now we have people's 21 up for identification photographs A and B. Do you recognize these photographs of the house that you went to?
Yes, I do.
Had you ever been by that house? I think it's referred to as some kind of castle prior to this.
Yes, I had.
Would you characterize it as a rather large house surrounded by lots of bushes and trees and shrubbery?
That's a correct estimate or evaluation of it, yes.
And in the dark, can't see everything, correct?
That is correct.
So in the light of what you were trying to do there, going to this location to try to determine what happened with the shots fired call, and perhaps make an arrest, were you concerned about officer safety and how you approached this house?
Yes, we were.
And what did you do to try to accomplish that?
Put a tactical plan together, which was tactically in our favor, more than the person that we're going to encounter, and approach this situation and changes that we need to do that's necessary.
You were all in uniform, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And for example, when you approached the house,
When they, was your client looking? No, yeah. I need you to approach the bench. This is unrelated to what is on plan. You may continue.
Thank you. Before our short break there, I think was asking you about this arrest and when you went to 1700 Grandview. As we can see here in People's 21, it's a rather large property, correct?
Yes, it is.
When you arrive, there's a long driveway even up to this back entrance with the fountain, correct?
Yes,
And there's a garage there, right?
yes.
And as we said, you thought shots were fired, there was a victim inside. Let me ask you about this. Would you just assume in this situation, with respect to officer safety, that there was only one suspect, or might there be others, or would you know?
Your Honor, I'm this is it's not relevant. It's far beyond any inquiry we made of the witness.
For the reasons I've stated, the objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
We have no idea what faces this. You know, we get limited information that goes through our dispatch, that goes to us, and half the time, once we're at a location, it's not what actually was said. So we have to take everything in account and make sure that there are nobody else out there that's outstanding, any other victims, suspects, whatever it might be.
So you assume that there might be other people there, other suspects there, that they might even be armed because the shots were fired, correct?
Absolutely.
And so when you arrived at the property, you and your other fellow officers, you sweep the area, including the garage area and the other parts of the property, before you even approach the house to determine whether or not there may be other armed people in the area, correct?
Yes.
And that's exactly what you did in this situation.
Yes, it is.
You took it very seriously, correct?
Yes, we did.
At some point, do you know whether or not a K-9 unit was called for?
And there was none that were available because of the hours.
Why was a K-9 unit asked for?
Your Honor, I'm
Again, this the reason, and ladies and gentlemen, the objection's overruled. During direct examination, the witness was asked questions explaining why certain actions were taken. This is an explanation on cross as to why certain things were done and the way they were done. With that in mind, you may proceed.
Did you finish your answer?
No, I didn't. We're trying to get as many resources as we can. K9 is definitely one of them. If we need a beanbag shotgun, that's something that we're looking for, an airship that we're looking for. Whatever makes it a little bit safer for us and the people in the community is what we try to do.
That would be a reason to use the ballistic shields for your own safety, correct?
That is correct.
And as we heard later, or earlier in the direct examination, Detective P at some point used a taser. That's a less than lethal weapon, correct?
Correct.
And that's something else that you'd use along with the, I think you mentioned a shotgun, beanbag shotgun?
That is correct.
Those are all resources or assets that your police department would use in this shots fired, victim at the scene situation where you don't know how many suspects are there, how many people have weapons, and you're trying to protect yourself and other people, correct?
Correct.
So there's no canine unit available, but if there'd been a canine there, you would have used the dog to search the area, correct?
Possibility, yes.
All right, so at some point, you clear the driveway, you get up to the garage, make sure that there's no suspects in the garage area, correct?
Correct.
Now, there were at least one or two other cars there, right?
I believe there was 2 cars that I'm aware of that were in the driveway.
All right. And with 2 cars there, that may or may not have made you think that there was more than one suspect, correct?
Correct.
So you check that area out, and then at some point, one of your fellow officers sees a suspect, a person up on the second floor of this very large house that we see in People's 21, right?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later or moments later, which was it? That person appears at the front door.
It was within 20 to 30 seconds.
And at that point, well, let me ask you, withdraw that and ask you this. Had you before you saw the defendant at the front door, or really the rear door of this house, had you announced your presence, Alhambra Police Department, please come out?
No, we had not.
So when the defendant appears at the rear door near the fountain, correct?
Correct.
At that point, you announced who you were, correct? Said Alhambra Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you say you're under arrest or put your hands up or what else was said?
Just identifying ourselves as being a police agency that wanted to talk to Mr. Spector, get your hands out of your pockets and walk towards us.
You wanted to find out what happened and you wanted to do it in a safe manner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But the defendant, Phil Spector, didn't comply with your demands, did he?
No, he did not.
He took his hands out of his pockets and he put his hands back in. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Now, so many of us who watch various TV and media and this sort of thing believe that police want to see our hands. Is that correct? You want to see a suspect's hands when you make an arrest?
Absolutely.
Why? Why do you want to do that?
Because the hands are what kills us. If we can control the hands and see the hands, then we know what's going on.
Either with a gun or some other type of weapon, right?
Correct.
Or even when you get in close contact and you're trying to make an arrest of the suspect, you want to see their hands and make sure they don't grab one of your guns. Is that right?
That is correct.
Again, for your safety and the safety of others. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So the defendant comes to the front door, takes his hands out of his pockets and then puts them back in and won't comply with your orders. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Did you issue your orders, take your hands out of your pockets and put them up more than one time?
It was made several times.
3, 4, 5?
I'd say at least 3.
And the defendant did not comply with those orders and in fact turned around and went back into the house. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now from your standpoint, you didn't know whether there were more weapons in.
This attorney reminds me of Ben Chew, Johnny Depp's attorney. Not his looks, but just his demeanor, the way he asks questions is just, I don't know. He just seems like a nice guy. Like the kind of guy you could sit down and have a cup of coffee with, you know? Like he's not confrontational. He's like just a nice guy. Like it never sounds like he's trying to have like a gotcha moment with you. Like he's just asking questions. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's just like you don't get the feeling that he's threatening at all. And that's the way I felt about Ben Chew in the Johnny Depp trial. He was just like a friend, like a nice guy. And that's what this guy reminds me of. I don't know. I get vibes off people sometimes. And he just seems like a really nice guy. And I don't know why he reminds me of Ben Chew. Maybe because that's the kind of vibe I got off of Ben Chew when I watched the Johnny Depp trial. But he just seems like such a nice dude. I don't know why I like him so much. He's just cool.
In that house or not? Did you?
We had no idea.
You didn't know whether he was going in to sit down in the chair and wait for you to come in, or he was going to go in and get a weapon. You just had no idea.
That is correct.
And so because of that, what did you need to do?
The situation dictated we needed to move because he knew our whereabouts. We didn't know what he was doing, and we wanted to try to keep a visual on him, which we briefly lost for 5-10 seconds. At that point, we made an entry towards the front door so we could observe where he'd gone or where he was.
Again, it's dark outside. You don't know how many people are in there. I'm suggesting that the defendant did this in any way, but it's always possible from your perspective that he could go back in the house, or some suspect could go back in the house and retrieve a weapon, go up on a second or third floor and have a point of advantage on you. Is that right?
Absolutely.
So once the defendant retreated in the house, to prevent that situation, you had to do what?
We had to move to make it tactically advantaged for ourselves.
And is that when Detective P first attempted to use the taser?
Yes, it is.
In your experience, have you seen tasers used prior to that or perhaps since then?
Yes, I have.
Do they always work?
No, they do not.
They often don't work, don't they?
I'd say probably about 40% of the time they work, and 60% of the time it seems like they don't.
And when Detective P used the taser the first time on the suspect, from your point of view, you could tell that it didn't work because both the leads, neither of the leads connected, or perhaps one did.
One connected and one fell off.
And as you told defense counsel, they both need to connect before the taser is effective.
That's the ideal situation, yes.
So clearly, at least this first time, it didn't work.
Correct.
Did the defendant show in any way any result or effects of being tasered after Detective P used it the first time?
Showed no signs.
Continued to go into the house?
Yes, he did.
What did you do?
At that point, Detective P said, rush him or something to that effect. Let's go towards him. And then that's when we started moving towards Mr. Spector.
To make the arrest?
To detain him at that point.
And because he hadn't complied with your lawful orders before, correct?
Correct.
I mean, we went through the take your hands out of the pocket and all that sort of thing. He hadn't done what you told him to do.
That's correct.
And you'd identified yourself clearly as police officers.
Yes, we had.
So with your ballistic shields, and could you describe those for us?
Yeah, I believe the ballistic shield, like I said, is probably about 2 feet wide, protects the trunk of our body at least. We try to, and it's probably about 3 feet, maybe 3.5 feet long.
Me too.
And it's made of a ballistic Kevlar type material.
And the plan is, the hope is with those shields is that to protect you, correct?
Correct.
And that if a weapon was fired towards you, then perhaps would block that weapon, that bullet. Is that right?
That is correct.
And by using these shields, you and your fellow officers are able to use less than lethal force against the arrestee in any given situation, correct?
Yes, we could.
It allows you to move towards a person who might have a weapon, whether the defendant had a weapon or not at the time. Is that right?
No, we did not.
So it allows you to move forward towards that a person with a weapon or might have a weapon with the shield, where otherwise you might not have to, might not be able to.
That would be correct.
You might have to use deadly force to stop a suspect, but because of the shield, you're able to get closer. Is that right?
It just allows us not to get hurt, hopefully.
Okay. So the DP said we're going to go in, we're going to make the arrest, and that's what you did. Is that correct?
Yes.
At some point, as you're participating in that, I think you said you were the third person. Initially, your concern was to watch your two officers that were in front of you and make sure that they made contact with the suspect and they didn't get hurt themselves. At some point,
I guess I'm going to have to turn my camera off so I can put comments on the screen.
back because he had the shield. At that point, I had to go down and assist Detective P on the handcuffing.
And are you saying anything to the defendant as you're doing this?
I personally wasn't. With too many people saying things, it's not a good thing. So there was Officer Cardella mostly made all the commands. And I think when we went down to the ground, Detective P was making the commands at that time.
And what commands were they?
Just stop resisting, where the police, get your hands out of your pockets, whatever they might be. Give us your arm, type of commands.
The commands, if all of your commands, there would have been very little need to use any force whatsoever. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, at the front door, when you told the defendant to take his hand out of his pockets and put them up there, if he did that, and remain for any force, isn't that?
That is correct.
And then any use or any need to use your ballistic shields to rush the defendant and arrest him on the ground.
No, there wouldn't.
But he didn't comply, did he?
No, he did not.
He continued to resist. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And even during the arrest on the ground, to some extent, he did not comply, but resisted the commands of your fellow officers. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, at some point, as you are participating in that arrest, you noticed the victim, a woman to your right. Is that right?
That is correct.
How far away from you was this woman in the chair that the photograph showed you earlier? How far away was she?
As I was coming into the residence, she was probably about a foot and a half, 2 feet away from me. That's when I first noticed her. She wasn't a threat. So then I started to change my attention to other areas that could possibly be a threat to us.
So as you came in and were following the defendant and behind the two officers in front of you, you were not moving towards her. You were kind of moving away from her, but parallel to her in that room. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Arrest the defendant, you never made any contact with her or any part of her body. Isn't that right?
No, and I was the closest officer that was to her as we entered.
So the other officers were even farther away from the victim as she sat in that chair than you were. Is that right?
That's correct. The other officer, Ms. Clarkson, was on my far right.
So as far as you know, neither you nor either of the other officers who were working with you disturbed or touched the victim as she sat in that chair. Is that correct?
Object. That would call for speculation. It's also compound.
The question is compound, and therefore, if it's his observations, that's fine, but that's all he can testify as to what he saw.
First, did you do anything during the arrest of the defendant to disturb in any way the area surrounding the victim in this case?
No, I did not.
And did you see your fellow officers during the arrest and handcuffing of the defendant disturb the victim in any way?
No, I did not.
You were to the left of her, I guess, as you walked in.
As you walk in, you got the chair where she was seated on the right-hand side, the banister would be on the left-hand side. Mr. Spector's on the left-hand side of me, and the other two officers are to my left.
Now, shortly after the defendant was brought down in that front room near where the victim was sitting in the chair, he was handcuffed, correct?
Yes, he was.
And sometime later transported to Alhambra Police Department.
Yes, he was.
Could I have a moment, please? Best of your ability, did you follow Alhambra Police Department policy in making this arrest?
Yes, we did.
Now, after the defendant was handcuffed and arrested, did that conclude your efforts inside this house, or was there a search of the house?
There was a search of the house.
And the search of the house was initially to see if there were other suspects there, correct?
Suspects plus other victims, because we have no idea.
going back to what we talked about earlier, when we first got this call, you just don't know how many victims there might be or how many people with guns there might be in a situation like this, a big house surrounded by brush and trees before dawn, right?
That is correct.
Can I have a moment?
Okay.
At some point, you cleared the house. In other words, by clearing the house, you didn't find any other victims or suspects. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Later on, you told defense counsel that one of your fellow officers checked the signs of the victim, that there were no signs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When you noticed when you're under her feet,
Yes. I know because it is contained in my report. It was next to one of her calves.
would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it
What may you do so?
Yes.
You looked at your report, correct?
Yes, I did.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
And do you recall seeing a gun?
Yes, I do.
And where?
It was underneath her left calf.
Thank you. Your Honor, can we put up, we're going to put up 29B, is that correct, Sudi? Thank you. I invite your attention to what we marked previously as people's 29B for identification. Do you see a weapon in the location for you?
Yeah, I can't tell if that's placard number 1, but that's where it is. It's right there.
You might even have, the approach. We have our laser pointer here. Okay. Just push the red button. Using the laser pointer, the blow up of people's 29B, could you indicate where you saw the weapon?
Yes, it was a blue steel revolver, I believe, with wood grips, and it's located right there underneath the left calf of the victim, Ms. Clarkson.
And from what you saw when you made the arrest, either you nor you saw any of your officers did anything to that, correct?
Speculation as to what the others may have done.
Sustained is to form the question.
Did you do anything that disturbed that weapon?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see any of your other officers do anything which disturbed that weapon?
No, and when we made our entry, I didn't see the gun skirting across the ground or anything else.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. You have a way, a bit, Mr. Brennan, I assume. I assume you have a bit of redirect. I'm sorry.
A monica.
A modicum. Okay. We're going to take our recess, ladies and gentlemen. Keep in mind the admonition will be in recess for 15 minutes. Once the jury is gone, there's something I need to put on the record. Thank you. The jurors and the alternates have left. I want to explain what took place at the bench before, and it also something I should have put on the record yesterday, but I made an assumption it would come up on its own, and it did not. The gentleman who was at the bench with counsel and myself is Sam East, who represents Jody Gibson, who is a potential witness in this matter. Yesterday, the defense presented under seal, as we had discussed in court last week, an offer of proof as to what Ms. Gibson's name would be. Based upon the offer of proof that I read in that sealed filing, I found that her testimony was inadmissible and irrelevant at this time. I have not forbidden her from testifying. It depends upon certain things that may happen during the trial, at which time the proffered testimony might become relevant, at which time she would become a witness. Because of the nature of her proposed testimony, I have made the findings required under California Rule of Court 2.550. I have found that it is highly, at this point, depending upon what happens, prejudicial to the people. It's also prejudicial to Lana Clarkson and her family, unless other matters come in which might change that. Because of that, I have sealed those records. I view that as being a limited sealing once the trial is over, and Ms. Gibson would not be subject to the order that witnesses not discuss this matter outside of court. Then I believe, since she would be able to discuss it, then there would be no longer any reason to seal the records, and they would probably, in my viewpoint, be unsealed. I will indicate that it's been brought to my attention that Ms. Gibson, although she has not been excused as a potential witness in this matter and is still under subpoena, that she has been emailing members of the media. She has been perhaps conducting interviews, which is inappropriate. I have told Mr. Weiss that there is two choices. Either he can get a signed statement from her that she understands she is still a potential witness and not to talk to the media, or she can come into court if she wishes to argue that, and she can make a presentation, at which point I'll make a ruling as to whether she's subject to that ruling. And I've also indicated if she defies that ruling that she'll be subject to all pertinent penalties for defying the court's valid order. So that is what we did. That's where we stand. And if anybody wants to offer anything else, that's fine. If not, we're in recess. All right, we're in recess.
Ruh-roh.
Where court's in session?
All right, all parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness are present as heretofore. And you may
Officer Hammond, during Mr. Dixon's examination, we heard a lot about what didn't happen. Could have called a dog, but you didn't call a dog. Could have called a helicopter, but you didn't call a helicopter. Could have shot him with a beanbag gun, but you didn't shoot him with a beanbag gun. He could have run upstairs, but he didn't run upstairs.
I believe we're getting to
Almost.
So let's see the journey along. All right.
There's a lot of things that could have happened, but didn't happen, correct?
That's incorrect. We did call for a dog. We did try to get an airship. We did try to get resources that were around other cities, called other agencies to try to get those resources so we could do things.
Okay. But none of those things transpired. The dog didn't come, the helicopter didn't come, he didn't run, Mr. Spector didn't run upstairs and pour boiling oil on the people outside the castle. None of that happened, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay, so let's talk about what did happen. Mr. Spector came to the door, appeared to be confused or dazed state, correct? Didn't see this, correct?
Correct.
And officers came in and took him into custody, correct?
Yes, we did.
And there were 4 officers that came into the foyer area to assist in the arrest, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Berenger, could we see the exhibit again, AA?
Because of the lighting condition, it's a little bit difficult to see, but what would you estimate the distance between Ms. Clarkson's feet and the wall to the west? What would you estimate the distance to be?
We're talking the wall behind her, or are we talking the stairs?
Stairway wall.
We're talking this area here?
Yes.
Okay. I would say there's approximately 4 feet.
And the 4 officers passed by that area in order to confront Mr. Spector, who was standing a little bit more in the lower portion of the photograph. Is that right?
Yes, it'd be in this general area right here.
Okay. And as you approached Mr. Spector, you didn't have your eyes on the floor, did you?
I had my eyes everywhere, trying to make sure we were safe going through the door.
But you're primarily looking at Mr. Spector to make sure he doesn't do something that would endanger you or your fellow officers, correct?
I had 2 people that were in front of me. That was their primary concern. Me being the 3rd one in line, my primary concern is to make sure that nobody comes out of a closet, nobody comes out of a doorway or anything else and emerges upon us.
I believe you told Mr. Dixon that as far as you know, you didn't see the gun scooted or moved across the floor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In terms of somebody else knocking it during the point that they were placing Mr. Spector on the ground, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that, would you?
In my direct line of sight, I saw nothing moving in front of it.
I'm sorry?
I saw nothing moving in my direct line of sight as I entered the residence.
Well, I understand that, but I'm talking about during the process where Detective P had, he was on Mr. Spector's back, was he not?
Yes, he was.
And initially, he had both Mr. Spector's right hand and his left hand in his grasp. Is that correct?
No, I believe he did not have the left hand until after I grabbed Mr. Spector's right hand, and then we had to try to pull Mr. Spector's left arm out from underneath him.
When Detective P was on Mr. Spector's back, he had one of his knees located in the middle of his back. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
All right, we're going to ask him to step in a minute, but the force that you used to pull Mr. Spector's arm from beneath his body and from above his head to below to behind his back, you wanted to do that as swiftly and as efficiently as you could. Is that right?
That would be correct.
And we don't have Detective P yet. We're getting Detective P. I just want you to identify him so that we'll have a sense of his, that's lawyer employee. This gentleman here in the suit, rather handsome fellow, is that Detective P?
Yes, it is.
And he's 6'1", 230 more or less?
That would be a good estimate, yes.
Okay.
Why don't we ask him? How tall are you?
6'1".
How much do you weigh?
About 240 now.
Okay.
See, try to be nice and what happens?
Do you need him anymore for right now?
I told him I was going to mark him as an exhibit, but his sergeant asked me not to.
All right.
No, he can be excused.
All right, we'll call you as soon as we're done here. Thank you.
So, anyway, the two of you used sufficient force to place Mr. Spector's hands and arms behind his back so that he could be handcuffed. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And the taser, when the taser is discharged into someone, can that cause bruising, do you know?
I've seen bruising, yes.
Okay. Did you notice at some point after Mr. Spector was arrested that he had substantial bruising on the front of his body?
I did not notice, no.
Now, Mr. Dixon asked you if Mr. Spector resisted or continued to resist as he was on the floor there, and you fellows were taking him into custody. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And again, there was no physical resistance, was there? He wasn't fighting you or trying to kick at you. It was nothing. Detective, I'm sorry, office. Is it Detective now, by the way?
Yes, it is.
Detective Hamlin, when Mr. Spector was on the ground and the officers, you and Detective P were handcuffing him, did he make a statement to you to the effect, I can explain, let me explain something along that line?
I don't recall any statements.
Perhaps my question was a little bit misleading. Did he make a statement, I can tell you what happened? Do you recall that?
State objection. Now we need to approach. Gentlemen, the question was whether I can explain, which this witness has no recollection of. That's stricken because there's no response to it, so you're to disregard it. You may proceed.
Thank you. After Mr. Spector was handcuffed, was he lifted up off the floor at some point by the officer?
Yes.
And was that by the arms and biceps?
It was, When you lift somebody up when they're laying down, you try to roll them over and then lift them up in the seating position to pull them up. We just don't try to grab the arms and jerk them up.
But when the report says he was lifted by his arms, where on his arms was he lifted?
If you're talking to the point when we're trying to get the left arm out from underneath his body to get him handcuffed, at that point, I'm just trying to lift him up probably by the belt, maybe by his right arm, to lift him up just a little bit so we can get a little bit of hands underneath there to pull an arm out.
Okay. At some point, did you see an officer with his hand or hands on Mr. Spector's upper arm?
While we're trying to cuff, yes.
Okay. Based on your knowledge or your observation, you didn't see anybody other than Officer Cardello come into contact with Miss Clarkson in the foyer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And, I take it then that you would not know how thumbprint got on the bottom of her shoe at some point during the course of the investigation.
Rephrase the question and I'll see if it's admissible.
Do you have any knowledge of how a thumbprint, or excuse me, a fingerprint would have gotten on the bottom of Miss Clarkson's shoe?
I have no knowledge.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Recross.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, subject to recall. You may step down. Thank you for being
Thank you, Your
here.
Honor.
You called Detective P, I believe, is the next one.
Your Honor, I'm going to not call him. This officer testified to everything that Officer P.
Okay, can we excuse him?
No objection.
All right, if you'll let him know, thank him for being here.
Thank you.
All right.
Or the hiccups, as my daddy called them.
Sure, my name's Dan Anderson, D-A-N, Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Anderson, how are you employed?
I am employed with Los Angeles State Department of Coroner as a supervising criminalist.
Okay, and were you so employed back in February of 2003?
I was.
And do you have a particular area in criminalistics that you dedicate your time to in the coroner's office?
My duties as a supervisor in the laboratory is both toxicology and criminalistics.
Okay, I want to ask you whether or not you had any responsibility in the death of Lana Clarkson as it relates to toxicology on behalf of the coroner's office.
I did.
And directing your attention back to February of 2003, what was your responsibility and involvement?
In regards to toxicology, the toxicology laboratory was responsible for the analysis of Lana Clarkson's autopsy specimens for drugs, as well as our laboratory actually conducted the toxicological analysis on Phil Spector's urine.
Okay. Could you tell the members of the jury essentially what a toxicologist does in the analysis of these substances that you've just described?
A toxicologist is a scientist who analyzes for drugs or poisons from biological materials. We're mostly chemists. We do chemical extractions from the biological materials and look specifically with instrumentation that can detect the drugs that we're interested in.
Okay. And as a toxicologist, do you have any special education or training in that field to qualify you to do that work?
Education-wise, I have a bachelor's of science degree from Colorado State University in 1988. I have a master's of science degree from University of New Haven in Connecticut in 1990. And basically since 1990, I've been employed as a toxicologist with the LA County Coroner's Office, as well as Ventura County Sheriff's Department for a stint of 1 year there. I belong to numerous professional organizations. I am certified by the American Board of Criminalistics as well as the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists.
Okay. So a toxicologist essentially looks at biological specimens and tries to determine what chemicals or other substances might be in them. Is that true?
That's a correct statement.
Okay. And what type of biological specimens do you typically look at the coroner's office when you do the type of work that you do?
Well, our work is dictated basically on the pathologist, what he actually submits to us. Mostly we're dealing with blood samples either from a heart or a central area or ephemeral blood. We receive liver specimens, gastric specimens, vitreous or eyeball fluid, kidney, spleen, urine, bile, you name it, whatever they submit, we can basically pull out the drugs of interest from the biological material.
And you basically act at the request of the pathologist who essentially asks you to screen for various substances. Is that correct?
We act on their directive, but we also are scientists that we make our own interpretations and we act on our own instincts also.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you, in this particular case, got a specimen from Phil Spector, and how did that come about? If you could explain that to the jury.
Well, it is unusual that the coroner's office is involved with an antemortem or before death type sample. The laboratory did receive a phone call from the handling detectives of the Sheriff's Department asking for our assistance in analyzing this particular urine.
And who were they that you just referred to, the handling detectives, if you can remember?
Well, I didn't personally take the phone call myself, but I believe it was either Katz and Lillefeld.
Okay. Does the Sheriff's Department have their own toxicology experts, or do they not?
They do.
Okay. And so, but for some reason they made the request of the coroner's office. Is that true?
Well, the reason I was told they made that request was that we were able to screen a more comprehensive, broader panel of drugs, and more so than what they could do.
Okay. So your laboratory was just basically better suited to the work that they wanted, correct? In other words, they were able to test for different things that they could not test for.
Right. We could test for more of the esoteric drugs.
Okay. And so you received a type of specimen. What type of specimen did you receive?
It was a urine specimen.
Okay. And was it in a particular type of container?
Yes, it was in a typical 50 milliliter centrifuge plastic tube that I have commonly seen before.
Okay. Was it a screw top or a stopper top, if you remember?
It was a screw top.
Okay. Does that type of tube, were you familiar with that type of tube and whether or not it had any type of preservative in it or not?
I'm not sure about that preservative in there, depending on if maybe the laboratory added their own preservative in there.
You're not aware of whether it did or not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In any event, you did a drug screen on this particular urine sample. Is that true?
Correct.
And I take it that the tube had some type of labeling that associated it with Philip Spector. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you test it for drugs?
We tested it for a lot of drugs.
Okay. So let me go through the drugs and ask if you tested for this and what the results were. I'll just go through the laundry list as best I can. Did you test this tube? And it was a purple top tube. Is that correct?
It was a purple plastic cap tube.
Okay. And basically the different types of tubes have different uses in the field of toxicology. Is that correct?
Well, you're confusing the clinical colored blood draws that we commonly go to the laboratories and you see all the different colors that the phlebotomist,
Person that takes the blood.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Draws into the colored top tubes. What I got was nothing more than just a plastic tube that happened to have a purple colored cap to it. It doesn't represent a preservative whatsoever.
Okay, very good. That was my point. And I wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Now, did you test for barbiturates?
Yes.
And what was the result of your toxicology work that you tested for barbiturates on?
Not detected.
Now, how do you test for these drugs? In other words, you must use some type of machinery or analytical instruments, correct?
Correct. I mean, a variety of drugs we're able to do a generic screening panel. It's an antigen-antibody reaction where we're able to predict whether the sample will either have the drug or not for barbiturates, we screen for a larger class of different types of barbiturates that will cross-react with the screen. And if the screen is positive, it'll move on for confirmation. In this particular case, it was negative, and the report reflects such.
Okay, and so this instrument that you use, or this analytical method, is it something that's generally relied upon by toxicologists?
Yes, it's used nationwide.
Okay, and the instrumentation that you use to do this testing, do you verify that it's working correctly before you utilize it?
Yes, we do.
How do you do that? If you could just tell the jury generally what you do to make sure it's working correctly.
Sure. In any forensic laboratory, you have to run, or you have to have a proper quality control, quality assurance program within the laboratory. With that, with every test that you actually do, you have to run known analytical standards. In other words, I'm testing for a barbiturate. I have to run a known barbiturate sample alongside the case sample to verify that, yes, the test is working, and no, the case does not have this particular barbiturate in it.
Okay, and so you ran the test and it was negative, and then you also tested for some other drugs. Is that true?
Correct.
Did you test for cocaine and cocaine-related drugs?
Yes, we did.
And how did you do that, and what was the result?
Well, the result, the cocaine and all its metabolites, was negative. In this particular case, the screening technique actually was positive for cocaine or its metabolites, so it had to move on for confirmation. Confirmation of it is actually sampling the sample once again by another analyst, doing a full chemical extraction, specifically isolating cocaine and its metabolites, and putting it onto a gas chromatograph, mass spectrometer, or GCMS for short. It's basically a scientific instrument, court accepted, nationwide type deal.
Okay, so the ultimate result was that there was no cocaine or any other related cocaine substances in Mr. Spector's urine. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's positive, even though there might have been the screen wasn't certain, the specific test was negative. Is that correct?
Correct. The screen is a presumptive test. The confirmatory is what really tells you what's going on.
Okay, so there's no question in your mind, based upon the toxicology results, that Mr. Spector in his urine had no cocaine or other related substances. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. Then did you test for fentanyl,
Yes.
methamphetamine?
Yes.
And what were the results of those two tests?
Not detected.
And did you just do testing for opiates and opiate-related substances such as hydrocodone?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Not detected as well.
Okay, and PCP or phencyclidine?
Yes.
Negative?
Not detected, yes.
Then did you also test for, you spell it TOPIRAMATE, that particular substance?
Topiramate, or
topiramate.
trade name of Topamax.
Okay, is that, when you say trade name, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's what Topiramate is a chemical name. Topamax is the trade name, what the chemical or the pharmaceutical companies will solicit it as.
Okay, so you tested for, that's not a drug type test, is it? In other words, that's not a drug abuse type.
No, it's a prescription medication.
Okay, and what was the result of your testing with reference to that?
Well, the topiramate, we found 37 micrograms per milliliter in the urine sample.
And was that a specific test or a screening test? If you could explain what type of testing was done in that regard.
It was a specific test for topiramate, specifically quantitating the urine sample for that substance.
And was that done with a GC mass spectrometer?
It was.
Okay, so that was the more detailed instrumentation that your laboratory has. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's one of the types of tests for that particular drug, that prescription drug, that your laboratory can test for, whereas the sheriff's laboratory is not able to do that. Is that correct?
I don't necessarily know the capabilities of what the sheriff's department was able to do. I was provided a list of drugs that Mr. Spector had access to and asked to account for as many of them as I could.
Okay.
And one of them being Topamax or topiramate.
Was it your understanding that when the law enforcement officials were in Mr. Spector's residence, that they noted that he had certain prescription medications, and then your laboratory was asked to test for those as to whether or not they were in his system at the time?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, were there other pharmaceutical type prescription drugs that you tested for other than the one that you just mentioned?
Yes, there's quite a few of them.
Let's go down your list. You've got a report that you authored. What's the first one? It starts with an F, and can you pronounce that, please?
Yes. We conduct a basic drug screen. It's for a toxicologist, it's called a basic drug shakeout. We catch all the basic drugs, which can be typically hundreds of them. They include your antidepressants, your antipsychotic medications, your antihistamines. They all kind of fall in that class of basic drugs. The first one is fluoxetine. Fluoxetine is commonly known as Prozac. It's an antidepressant that we detected in Mr. Spector's urine, as well as its metabolite, or fluoxetine.
Okay, what's the difference between the drug itself and the metabolite? Can you explain what the difference is, and also why you look for both?
Sure. When somebody ingests a drug, a parent drug, as I call it, or the Prozac, your body will naturally metabolize, or it will chemically alter or try to get rid of that drug out of your system. It'll inactivate it. Okay. And what it does is you take in Prozac or fluoxetine, your body will actually metabolize it to norfluoxetine, and you try to excrete it out of your system. It tries to get rid of it.
Okay, so once the drug gets processed, I take it through the liver, is that?
It does, yes.
Yeah, and basically.
See? He used the word secrete correctly. That's how you use the word secrete.
Breaks down, and then you're able to detect both the broken down metabolite of the drug and the drug itself to show that there's some that hasn't been processed and then some that has been processed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so
All right,
did you find?
On that note, Mr. Ford, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. It's noon. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition, 1:30 this afternoon. The witness will return at that time. Thank you. All right, all parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness are present as heretofore. You may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. I wanted to kind of continue where we left off, and right before our noon recess, you had talked about the Prozac and both the active ingredient and the processed ingredient of that drug. And basically, is there any question about the fact that both the metabolite and the active ingredient of Prozac was found in Mr. Spector's urine sample?
No doubt.
And you feel that the scientific testing process that was done by your laboratory was done in a proper manner?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you screen the urine sample that was taken from Mr. Spector for other prescription medications, a list of a number of other ones?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you do that at the request of the Sheriff's Department along with the ones that you've already talked about?
Yes, I was given a list by the Sheriff's Department to account for all the medications that I was able to.
Okay, and I don't want to go through the names of all of them because they're very difficult to pronounce, but there looks like about 7 more prescription medications that you tested for that came back not detected. Is that correct?
There's actually only 5, although there's 7 names.
Okay. Did you ever get the prescription medication known as Neurontin? Did you get that on your list to test for?
Neurontin is also known as gabapentin, yes.
Okay, and did you test for Viagra? Did they ask you to test for that?
It was on the list, yes.
Okay, so did you test for that?
No, we did not test for Viagra.
And what would be your reason for not doing that?
Well, one, we didn't have an analytical method at that particular time for Viagra. 2, the amount of sample that was given to our laboratory was to the minimum. It was extremely small. So I didn't want to waste a whole lot of specimen on tests that I knew I wasn't going to be able to perform. So I was able to accomplish the most I could out of what was given to me.
Okay. So did they test for Neurontin before, or do you know?
Who's they?
Did anybody test for Neurontin as far as you know?
Well, in some of our screening techniques, I was actually able to see gabapentin in this particular urine. Although not reported, we were able to see it on an analytical method to be able to say there's some type of breakdown product of it. But again, we can look through the chromatograms. I can look through the scientific work. Experts can look through it as well, besides myself, and say, yes, they saw something that resembles gabapentin.
Okay, and that has the sort of the street or more common name of Neurontin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how about Viagra? Does it have a sort of a pharmaceutical name that it goes by, starts with an S, Sildenafil?
Yes, it's called sildenafil.
Okay, and did you were able to test for that or not test for that?
I was not, no.
Were you requested by somebody to do that?
Not specifically, no.
They never asked you to even test for it. Is that true? It was not a concern of theirs as far as you were aware. Is that true?
Objection, there's also speculation as to what was not a concern of someone else.
Unless someone indicated it to you. Did anybody indicate it was a concern?
Like I said before, they gave me a list and say, account for the ones I'm able to account for.
Okay.
And that was it.
Viagra was not on the list.
Viagra was on the list.
Okay. Who gave the list?
The list was provided by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
And was it a written list?
It was a written list.
Okay, do you happen to have it with you?
I do.
Okay, if I could take a minute and take a look at it.
Sure.
Oh, that's okay.
I thought attorneys.
Yes.
Doesn't know what they tested for?
Thank you. You're welcome.
Oh, that looks
Yes.
like 8 days up again for this witness. I want these hiccups to go away.
Thank you. So you weren't able to test for Viagra. Was that because you didn't have the right instrumentation or you didn't have the right controls? How would you explain that?
Viagra, or the chemical name is sildenafil, is a very large drug, or chemically large for purposes of detecting it. One, it doesn't extract very well, and two, you need a specialized instrument to actually see it. And at that particular time, we did not have that type of instrument within our laboratory.
Would it be correct that had you chosen to do that, you could send it to a laboratory, at least the specimen to another laboratory that could test for it if that was something you wanted to do?
Well, at someone's cost, yes.
Right. In other words, it might cost somebody a few dollars to do it, but you could send it to a laboratory that had that capability if that was a concern. Is that true?
If there was a laboratory in the nation that could actually test for it, yes, someone could test for it.
Okay. I want to move now, Mr. Anderson, to another testing that was done by your laboratory. And is it correct that your laboratory also tested some biological specimens from Lana Clarkson?
That's correct.
Okay. And generally, did her testing, the testing on her biological specimens, did they go through sort of a routine analysis based upon a request by Dr. Pena?
That's correct.
And what was tested for with reference to Ms. Clarkson as far as drugs, alcohol, that type of thing? If you could just tell us that.
Sure. Dr. Pena basically requested a comprehensive drug panel to be conducted on Ms. Clarkson's samples. We run through a full battery of tests, presumptive tests as well as confirmatory. And basically the two specimens, both Spector and Lana Clarkson's, had the same type of tests performed. And the positive results for Clarkson's blood included alcohol or ethanol, diphenhydramine or Benadryl, a chemical name of norchlorcyclazine, which is a metabolite of a couple of antihistamines, as well as naproxen or naproxen, however you like to say it.
Hydrocodone?
Oh, yes, hydrocodone was there also.
Okay, and what's the street or common name for that? Would it be Vicodin?
Well, that's one of them. There's a ton of trade names out there for hydrocodone as the chemical. There's Vicodin, Loratab. There's a bunch of them.
And specifically, what was the analytical result for the Vicodin or the hydrocodone, excuse me?
It was 0.07 micrograms per milliliter.
And was the hydrocodone testing, was it done in a scientifically acceptable manner by your laboratory?
Yes.
Okay. Essentially, that was the same test that was done on the urine for Mr. Spector, only this was a blood sample, correct?
Correct.
Is a blood sample more suitable for testing than a urine specimen, or is it?
Analytically, I don't care what I'm given, whether it's blood, urine, liver, what have you. The analytical test is identical. It's just taking a different matrix that what you're given and performing the same chemical extraction for the drug that you're interested in.
Okay. So the alcohol testing on the blood of Ms. Clarkson, was that on two different samples of blood, one from the heart, one from the femoral artery?
That's correct.
Okay. And one was a 0.12 and the other was a 0.14. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With reference to Ms. Clarkson, all the other drugs, and I won't go through them, were also tested for, and those were the ones that you mentioned are the only ones that came back with a positive result. Is that true?
True.
Okay. If I could have a minute, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Very briefly, I may have missed this, Mr. Anderson, and if you talked about it, then just correct me. Did you also test for, in the urine sample that you got from Mr. Spector, did you also test for ETOH?
Objection, foundation, and also legal person.
You may proceed. Yes.
Thank you. I think I asked you, did you also screen for, in Mr. Spector's urine sample, ETOH, or commonly referred to as drinking alcohol?
Yes, we did.
And what was the result?
0.07 gram percent.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
Yeah, just briefly. Mr. Anderson, how long have you been involved in the field of toxicology here in the state of California as an expert?
17 years.
And is a urine alcohol, is it considered scientifically acceptable currently?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and are there certain things that have to be done in order for a urine alcohol result to be accurate and to be valid?
Well, the analysis of a urine for alcohol is always going to be accurate and valid as long as the laboratory performs all the proper quality control. So if you're asking me, is the 0.07 accurate number? Yes, it is. It's very accurate.
Okay.
If you're asking me interpretively from that 0.07, what can I say? I'm not going to venture there.
Okay, and that's where I want to at least ask some questions. You can analytically tell how much alcohol is in a particular urine sample at a particular time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you go back in time and depending upon how the sample was collected or whether there was a preservative in the bottle, does that cause any interpretation problems if those foundational facts aren't established?
It can, if the person has to do some retrospective interpretation of it, try to back extrapolate from that number.
Basically, alcohol in urine pools up. In other words, it accumulates over time. Is that true?
Ethanol is very water soluble, so yes, it likes the water.
Okay, so would it be correct that if, in order to understand how much alcohol was in a person's system at a time prior to when the alcohol sample was collected from a urine void, you'd have to know whether or not a preservative was placed in the sample? That would be one thing you'd need to know, correct?
If you're referring to back extrapolation, I'm not very comfortable in going after that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When a urine sample is collected and you want to do alcohol testing on it, is it customary to have a preservative in the urine container so that urine doesn't get generated from the time it's collected to the time it's tested?
Objection, that's vague. So urine doesn't get generated?
I think you misspoke.
Maybe that alcohol doesn't get generated.
Well, a custom practice is kind of a vague term to me because custom to who? Speaking from my own laboratory at the coroner's office, we do not preserve a urine sample at the coroner's office.
You just don't collect it typically, is that true?
That's not true either. It's at the discretion of the pathologist, as well as typically a urine is not preserved with anything.
Okay. In order to stop the alcohol being generated in the sample itself, does a preservative need to be put in the container?
Some of the preservatives are there for anticoagulation, such for blood. Some of the preservatives are there for anti-enzymatic. If you're dealing with possible fermentation of glucose in a urine sample to ethanol, I believe it's a yeast or a fungus reaction. And I don't necessarily know that particular preservative that I'm familiar with, sodium fluoride, would actually stop that or inhibit that.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, with reference to urine and alcohol and contents thereof, why don't you extrapolate back in time? Why doesn't your laboratory do that?
Well, typically we're able to analyze an alcohol from a blood sample. The urine, urine analysis for alcohol or ethanol, we use just for collaboration. Typically when, at the coroner's office, the person is dead, and therefore the blood value that we get is at the time of death. There's really no reason to actually back extrapolate from a urine sample when I've got a blood value.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in doing toxicological testing of urine samples where you did try to extrapolate back? Is that something that you've done in your career?
No, it has not.
Okay. Do you know whether that's something that's scientifically acceptable to do or not?
I don't know. I mean, if they take urine samples all the time in traffic accidents or DUIs, so
Okay.
I'm sure it's being done in the courtroom somewhere.
Is it your understanding they still do that? They take urine samples?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, subject to recall, you're excused. Thank you for being here. You may sit down. The next witness, please.
I don't know of one DUI where they take urine samples. Not one. They do a PBT or a blood sample. I am so over these hiccups.
BERG.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Middleburg.
Good afternoon.
Okay. You are for expression of forensic toxicologist. Yes, ma'am. What is a forensic toxicologist? Very simply, when we break the two terms apart, a toxicologist is somebody who studies toxicology, which is the adverse effects of chemicals on living systems or living organisms or humans for that matter. Some people sum it up as the study of poisons, but I think it's much more than that. Forensic, of course, means of or pertaining to the law. So we apply principles of toxicology to matters of the law. Okay. And in fact, you knew this jury just had some testimony from another toxicologist. You know Dan Anderson? I do. Okay. And you're both toxicologists? Yes. Okay. And where do you work?
I work at a company called NMS Labs in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania.
And what is your position at NMS Labs as we sit here today, or stand here today?
Besides being a practicing forensic toxicologist, I'm also the laboratory director and vice president of quality assurance.
Okay. And what type of lab is NMS? What does it do?
We are a privately held company that gets samples really in two ways. We do both clinical toxicology and forensic toxicology. Clinical toxicology, very simply, is if you're on some medication and your doctor wants to know if you're being overdosed or underdosed or if you're taking your medication, he or she will draw a sample and send it to a lab like.
Good witness so far. He's explaining everything pretty well. When he said a toxicologist is someone that studies toxicology, I thought, oh great, this guy's going to be an idiot. But then he explained toxicology. If he had just stopped there, I would have been like, oh crap, we're in for an hour and a half of nonsense. But he explained toxicology. So far, I like this guy. Hopefully when they get into like the real questions, he'll stay this good. I am over these hiccups, y'all.
Ours, and we'll test it to see what kind of concentration of a material you may have in you. On the forensic end, that's, of course, as I explained before, where we do analyses for matters of the law. And we receive samples from every state in this country, and we receive samples from out of this country. Most of those samples come from medical examiner laboratories, coroner laboratories, attorneys, and various other sorts of individuals and organizations that need analyses in forensic toxicology.
And you also do work then for the federal government?
Indeed, we do.
And what agencies generally?
Through the years, we've done work for everyone from the FBI to the Veterans Administration to almost all agencies.
Okay, and in fact, it's your lab who did the toxicology on the Anna Nicole Smith case, is not?
And yes, it is.
Okay, and so you do work from all over, international, national, local, regional, whatever?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you said you're Vice President of Quality Assurance, what is quality assurance?
Quality assurance is an overall mechanism that is used in the laboratory industry to make sure that the quality of work that is done within the laboratory is acceptable.
Okay, and as a laboratory director, what are your duties?
That's more of a regulatory position where I interact with regulating bodies, agencies that certify and give us licensure to perform the tests that we do.
Okay. And in your lab, you're also the director of forensic toxicology.
I am.
And that's what we're here to talk about a little bit today. Just with regard to your qualifications, you are what is called a diplomat of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean, diplomat? I know we've all seen it when you're a diplomat of a board, or diplomate of a board.
Well, I like to liken it to physicians. Most people understand they go to a board-certified physician. We have similar board certification in toxicology as well. And in order to attain board certification, you have to be, first of all, practicing in the field for a certain period of time before you can even submit an application for board certification. And once you do submit your application, your credentials are reviewed, and if they are seen to meet what is necessary for the board, they will then allow you to sit for a written examination. And if you pass the examination, you become a diplomat of the board, and then there's a continuing education parameter that has to be met as you continue through your career.
Okay. And you're also a diplomat in the Toxicological Chemistry, American Board of Clinical Chemistry also, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the difference between the two?
One focuses mainly on forensic toxicology. That would be the diplomat of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. The American Board of Clinical Chemistry and Toxicological Chemistry is both forensic and clinical toxicology.
Okay. And do you have any, or have you had any teaching appointments in your recent career?
I do. And
what are they, sir?
I am currently an adjunct assistant professor of pharmacology and medicine at Thomas Jefferson University and Medical College in Philadelphia. And I also am on the teaching staff of Arcadia University, which is a relatively small liberal arts college outside of Philadelphia.
Okay. And are you also on the editorial board of a journal, Forensic Science magazine?
I am.
And what is that?
That is a group of individuals who are responsible for reviewing articles and overseeing the process of getting articles published in the Journal of Forensic Sciences.
And what is the Journal of Forensic Sciences?
That is the flagship academy for forensic scientists within this country.
Okay. And you also have been or are an inspector for toxicology labs?
I am.
And again, in layman's terms, what does that mean that you do?
I'm an inspector for two agencies, the College of American Pathologists as well as the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. Both of those organizations certify laboratories in terms of their practices and their quality, so that to ensure that they're providing a quality service to clients who need it. So I perform inspections, a number of inspections each year for those organizations.
Okay. And Dr. Middleburg, before we go on, could you just pull that mic up to you just a little? No, it's the wrong one. That one up there, just a little bit to you, okay? All right, thank you. And along with this regard, you do have obviously a PhD in, you have a PhD? With this, do you have a PhD?
I do.
And what is that in?
Pharmacology.
And what is pharmacology?
Pharmacology is the study of how drugs work.
And how is that different from toxicology?
Now, toxicology is, in some circles anyway, considered a subset of pharmacology. We like to think of it as its own science. Where I went to school, we only had a department of pharmacology, but my focus in graduate work was toxicology, so the degree is granted in pharmacology.
Okay. And you have a master's of science degree in chemistry?
I do.
And a BA in chemistry?
I do.
Now, indicated that you have to do additional training on for your diplomate status. You keep training going over the years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you had a lot of additional training and continuing education courses over the past 10 years?
Yes.
I don't want to go through all in your curriculum vitae because there's about 20, but could you tell the jurors maybe one or two of them, for instance?
Well, in general terms, the workshops and continuing education either deal with analytical technologies that we use in the field or interpretive issues in the field and how to interpret concentrations of things we might find. Just things help us progress. New knowledge is gained through the years.
Okay. And in fact, you've attended actual training courses here in California, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. And are you on any committees for use of toxicologists as a resource?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are one or two of those committees? Again, I don't want to go through your whole CV, but just a few of the committees that you're on.
Well, I sit on the board of directors of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. I'm also a member of the Toxicology Resource Committee for the College of American Pathologists.
And what is that?
The College of American Pathologists really is a national organization for pathologists in which again, it's a professional organization a pathologist can belong to and keeps them educated and as a professional group. And they will use toxicologists and other individuals who are not pathologists as consultants for various areas of specialty.
Okay. And you've received several honors and awards in your career also, correct?
A few.
And you're on a number of other boards. You're a member of the Society of Forensic Toxicologists.
I belong to a number of professional organizations, including the Society for Forensic Toxicology.
Okay. And along with your teaching, lecturing duties, and your active casework in forensic toxicology and pharmacology, you have published articles also, have you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And some of the articles have been what is called peer-reviewed?
That would be correct.
Okay. And what is a peer review?
A peer review is a term we use when we submit articles for publication. If I were to write an article on some piece of research or some finding in our laboratory, I would send it off to an organization that publishes articles, and they would then disseminate it to one or two or three different reviewers who would look at it and critique it for both its scientific content, how it's written, and a number of different aspects. And depending on what the reviews look like, it may or may not be accepted for publication.
Okay. And when you say then it's sent out to different people besides people that you work with?
Oh, absolutely.
And why is that important when you are asking to do an article that is peer reviewed?
Well, certainly if you send it to people that I work with, they're most likely going to approve the article. So it goes out to people who are not with the organization you belong to. It goes out to people all over the country, sometimes outside the country.
Okay. And as a director of your laboratory, you understand generally how forensic laboratories then work, forensic toxicology laboratories work?
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, there was some mention in this trial previously of a man named Dr. Basalt. Do you know who he is? A toxicologist.
Yes, I do.
And who is he?
Dr. Basalt is a very well-known forensic toxicologist. Towards the end of his career, the last couple of years, he actually worked for our organization. He has subsequently retired.
And he published one of the books that it's well known in the forensic toxicology community about drugs.
It is a reference book that we use. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's generally used in the forensic community.
Yes, ma'am.
Toxicology community. Okay. Now, having gone through some of your qualifications, a little bit of your qualifications, we don't need to go through too many more. You also actually do and give lectures also?
Yes.
And you've been an invited speaker, what, about 20 or 25 times in the past 5 to 6 years?
I think so, without knowing the exact count, but that sounds about right.
And you have also published articles that are not peer-reviewed also, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, then with regard to your background in forensic toxicology, you were asked to review some records and reports with regard to this matter concerning 2 separate individuals, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first one would be Phil Spector, right?
Yes.
And the second one was with Miss Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked to review several things with regard to Mr. Spector, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just though you have an idea that there's already been some from Dan Anderson to drugs and items that were found in the various specimens that were submitted. So the jury will have some fundamental knowledge when we're talking about that, so we don't have to repeat everything over, okay?
Okay.
Now, with regard to, let's talk first about the specimens you received from, not the specimens, what's that you received from Mr. Spector that you were asked to review, okay? You were asked to look at, were you not, the finding of urine of what is called ethanol, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you looked at the report, you saw that there was a finding of 0.07, is it grams in the urine?
It would be either, well, depends on the units you want to use, 0.07%.
Okay. And did you also look at concomitant documents that came regarding the collection of that urine from Mr. Spector?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. From the documents you received in discovery produced by the district attorney, were you able to determine when a urine specimen was taken from Mr. Spector?
Yes.
And when was that?
May I refer to my report?
Please, as long as you tell us that you're going to refer to your report so Your Honor can note it, the prosecutor can note it, okay?
At 6:30 on February.
And you received, did you get that, the hospital or nursing recs that you reviewed?
Yes.
And then what was next important to you regard to where, let me backtrack. What was important to you with regard to how that specimen was collected in terms of your review of the toxicological findings?
At this point, it sounds like counsel is going to ask some questions about previous reports reviewed. I would simply interpose an objection that this is hearsay. If it's not offered for the truth, then I would ask for a limiting instruction, and that'll save me from having to interrupt counsel during the course of the meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, these reports are what this gentleman is going to base, I assume, certain opinions on, and they're limited to that, and not to the truth of the matter, sir, but this is what he bases his opinion on. All right, you may proceed.
Judge, there's one matter of housekeeping, if we can approach sidebar, so again, I don't have to end this.
Okay.
All right, what was important to you with regard to the collection of the urine that you would take notice of as a forensic toxicologist in order to review these reports and give opinions?
Well, there are always a number of issues that we worry about in terms of specimen collection, whether it be a urine sample, a blood sample, or any sample in a case involving toxicological analysis. In particular, with a urine sample, we worry about the time that passed between a certain event and the time of collection. We worry about how the specimen was collected. We worry about whether an individual voided first or after, or were there any voids in between.
Can I just stop you for a second? Why is it important to look at whether it voided first or after or between?
Well, we often get to the heart of the matter in terms of how we try to interpret urine samples, if at all. In general, forensic toxicologists don't interpret urine values or concentrations in regards to an effect on an individual. And the reason for that is urine is a waste product. We don't look at urine as something that is contemporary with effects on an individual. Blood is generally used for that kind of analysis. Urine, again, is a waste product, and therefore it accumulates over time. And the best way to explain this is that if you were to take an aspirin today, right now, 3 days after today, I would still be able to find aspirin in your urine, even though it's no longer having a pharmacological effect on you. Your headache went away 3 days ago, and yet I can still find remnants of aspirin in your urine. So things just accumulate in your urine over time, so it's very, very difficult for us to interpret what any kind of a finding in urine means.
Okay. And then why is it important to determine whether somebody's voided or not voided before it's taken?
Well, again, because things accumulate in time over urine, sometimes if somebody hasn't voiced, it's really not a fair assessment of what you're getting because they have accumulated a lot of things over time, and it just sits there, and then you collect that. So the proper way oftentimes to collect a urine sample is to let somebody void, wait a period of time, and then collect it again.
Now, in terms of this regard, you did review some paperwork concerning whether or not there could be a determination as to whether Mr. Spector had voided or not voided before this collection was taken, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find?
I found no indication either way whether he had voided first or not voided.
Okay. And is that a problem in doing or looking to see whether or not the urine specimen would be accurate then when you do a testing on it?
Well, certainly it works towards not being able to interpret the urine without that information.
Okay. Was there also something with regard to the tube that the urine was placed in that concerned you?
The sample was collected in a screw top tube, a plastic tube, and generally urine collection tubes do not have preservatives in them. And we always worry when we're looking for some substances, especially something like ethanol or ethyl alcohol, whether it can form in the sample. So the preservatives are generally put in to try to mitigate that process to keep the formation of alcohol from happening.
Okay. And generally, when you get a sample that has a preservative in it, are the tubes standard if you're using instead of a screw top tube, if you use a vacuum tube, are there standard colors to the country so that scientists such as yours knows what's in the tube?
Yes, ma'am.
And what would be the color for a tube that would have a preservative in it?
In general, in terms of alcohol, we talk about tubes that have a gray top stopper.
Okay. And the gray top stopper would have what, sodium fluorides or something in it? It would preserve
I'm sorry,
I apologize. Go ahead.
It actually has two components. One is sodium oxalate or some form of oxalate, OXALATE, which is an anticoagulant. You generally use gray top tubes for the most part to collect blood, but you can also put urine in those samples as well. It also contains a substance called sodium fluoride, and fluoride is a bacteriostatic agent that keeps bacteria in check.
And why are you worried when you're looking at a sample that was collected as to whether or not bacteria is in check?
Because bacteria is one of the things that can actually, to lack of a better term.
Never in my life have I put urine in a gray top tube, or any tube for that matter. Maybe they do that in the lab after I get the urine in the cup and send it to them. But I have never in my life collected urine in a gray top tube or any tube. That really surprises me that he said that. I'm not calling him a liar because I don't know what happens to it when it gets to the lab. But maybe they do that in the lab. But we don't do that when we collect it. That's for dang sure.
Chew on biological materials that may be present to form alcohol.
In other words, if the bacteria is in a non-preserved tube, you could actually have the formation of alcohol in the tube before it's tested, correct?
That's correct, but it's not. We don't just worry about bacteria, we worry about some other things as well.
Like what?
like yeast, potentially yeast being present. And if yeast is present, the sodium fluoride may or may not have any effect on that.
Okay. And what are some of the conditions that you look for if someone has in records to determine whether or not yeast may be present in a urine sample?
Well, we would have no way of knowing whether yeast is present in a sample unless a particular test is done to look for yeast.
In other words, if you get a sample, let me see if I can summarize this. If you get a sample and you get it and you test it, you would have to see if a particular sample had yeast in it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked at the sample that was tested here, that was collected at 3 p.m. on 2/3/03. Did you find out how the specimen was either stored from the point of collection until when it was taken out for delivery to the laboratory at the coroner's office?
Actually, in general, with this sample, with the various transfers that occurred, it was hard to follow how the sample was stored.
Okay. And do you know when the County of Los Angeles, when their records indicate that the sample was transferred to the county?
I believe it was actually about 60 hours later on February 6th, 2003.
Okay. Were there any records that you reviewed that indicated that the sample was not preserved properly?
Well, there are some records that indicate that there was no preservative in the tube.
And are those records from or emails or records from the labs or the investigating officers in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you looked at the sample, as far as you were concerned, could you determine whether or not it was preserved properly?
There was no way to tell.
Okay. And you could not determine how, correct? Okay. And that's because there was no issue, no decision about whether or not Mr. Spector had voided before it was taken, right?
That was one issue.
Okay. And if he had not voided, that waste collection would have caused possibly a higher reading in his urine, right?
It could.
Okay. Was there something else of interest to you that made you concerned about how to interpret this sample?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that, sir?
In the reports, at least I have two independent pieces of information where a medical condition of diabetes was listed.
Okay. Now, why is that important for you in looking to see whether or not the testing of 0.7 was real or artifactual with regard to this matter?
Individuals with diabetes generally will, we say, dump or pour glucose or sugar into their urine. And the presence of glucose in the concomitant presence of yeast will take glucose and form alcohol. That's the basic process by which we make distilled beverages. Yeast works on sugar to form alcohol, and the same thing can happen in urine.
Okay. And so now that you then had three issues that you were looking at, the collection process with regard to the preservative, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The collection process with regard to the lack or non-lack of voiding, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what the formation of yeast may have done in this test tube, correct?
Yes.
And because of those, could you make a determination as to whether or not the 0.7 that was found in the sample tested by the coroner's office was real alcohol or artificial?
What we can't tell is if any of the value, if all of it, some of it, none of it represents exposure to alcohol.
Now, if you had had a blood alcohol tube or two tubes taken half an hour apart, would you be able to make a determination as to a blood alcohol level that you would be comfortable in?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, again, blood alcohol is the hallmark specimen that we use to try to interpret an individual's exposure to alcohol and what effects it might have.
Okay. And is there a generally accepted procedure?
Wow. I didn't know that. So I collect it, or I should say I collected it in a urine cup, and then in the lab, they pour it into a gray top tube. Weird. Huh. Interesting. Huh, I didn't know that. Wow, all the years I collected urine in those little sterile cups, and I didn't know that they were just going to pour it into a gray top tube.
Procedure in the United States concerning how you do that?
Yes.
And how is it, what is that?
Again, you collect a blood sample in a gray top tube that has both an anticoagulant and a preservative in it. And you generally collect 2 tubes, one that's tested, one that's kept aside in case other testing has to be done. And then you perform testing on those samples.
Okay. And when you looked at the records in this matter with regard to Mr. Spector, did you find any indication that the forensic nurse had taken any blood alcohol samples from Mr. Spector?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you find any indication in any of the records you looked at that any blood alcohol was taken from Mr. Spector?
No, ma'am.
Now, even though you had a urine that you felt that was unacceptable to make a determination as to whether it was real or artifactual in any regard, if there had been a urine sample that you would have confidence in, is there an accepted method to relate urine to a blood alcohol concentration?
No, there is not.
And could you explain that a little more to the juries, please?
Well, as I explained earlier, again, urine is a waste product. And the further you go out from the point of some event to the time of collection, the less confidence you have in terms of how you can even state with some certainty that an individual was exposed to something or when they were exposed. In this case, I think we went out about 12 to 13 hours after a particular event that before a sample was collected. And then we really start to lose some confidence in how to even look at that result and what to do with it.
Okay, so even if this was a urine sample that in your opinion you felt was valid in the first place, you would have problem relating it back to what any alcohol level was at any particular time in the blood, correct?
Well, we generally wouldn't do that anyway, take a urine value and then try to connect it to a blood value.
Because that's not scientifically acceptable, is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there something called speculative analysis with regard to urine samples or prospective analysis with regard to urine samples?
Yes, we call it prospective analysis.
What is that?
That is to make a blood alcohol determination based on drinking history, drinking information that's provided to us.
Okay. A test tube important in making that determination?
Yes.
Can you do it from urine?
Again, we generally will not interpret urine samples in terms of a blood alcohol.
If you had had the appropriate 2 blood alcohol samples, would we be able to sit here today and make that determination for this jury?
Well, if you had a blood alcohol determination, you wouldn't have to do a prospective study because you'd have a blood alcohol determination.
Okay. But you don't have that?
No, ma'am.
Now, with regard to the urine, you couldn't tell us one way or another because you couldn't even tell whether it was real or not. There were drugs that were tested for with regard to the urine in that same sample.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why is the testing of drugs in the urine sample, or is the testing of drugs in the urine sample different from the testing for ETOH or alcohol in the urine sample?
It is different. Again, alcohol won't stay in urine quite as long as some drugs. However, the finding of a drug, a particular drug substance in urine is a little different in that we don't know of any organisms that are likely to form drugs, most drugs. So when you find something, it generally indicates that an individual was exposed to something.
Okay, so unlike the urine, correct me if I'm wrong, with regard to alcohol, you have the issue of the collection procedure, the voiding, you have the issue of the storage, and you have the issue of the diabetes that affects your making a determination on whether or not it's a real sample or not, or whether or not it's a real analysis or not, right?
Yes.
But with without urine and drugs, you don't have that.
Typically, no.
Okay. Now, knowing that, then are you more comfortable then looking at the toxicological analysis with regard to the drugs and the drug byproducts that were found in Mr. Spector's urine? And the drug byproducts that were found, byproducts that were found in Mr. Spector's urine?
Yes.
Right. And what were the drugs or byproducts of those drugs that were found in the urine?
3.
Which is what? Does that have a common name?
It does.
And that is what?
More commonly known brand name is Prozac.
Okay, that's number one.
The second one was norfluoxetine, Norfluoxetine. And that is a metabolite or breakdown product. Once the parent compound fluoxetine gets in the body, it's what the body converts fluoxetine to, so that you can eliminate it faster.
Okay, that was 2.
And the third was topiramate, Topiramate. And the brand name of that is Topamax.
And what is Topamax or topiramate?
That can also be used for some off-label things, such as control of pain and a few others as well.
Okay. And while you were outside, Mr. Anderson, as I indicated to you, was here, and he also mentioned the drug Neurontin, which may have been found in some of their earlier tests, not indicated in their final test. What is Neurontin?
Neurontin is, the generic name is gabapentin, Gabapentin, and it too is used often.
You found a byproduct of the drug Prozac mean anything toxicologically to you?
It just means that this individual was exposed to fluoxetine 3 to 4 days of the collection sample.
And that's to make a byproduct?
Well, it's in the urine, whether the byproduct's there or not, but the product helps. It's just we know that it's 3 to 4 days completely eliminates a compound like this.
Okay. Now, fluoxetine, am I pronouncing that right? Fluoxetine?
Yes, ma'am.
And topiramate are associated with some adverse side effects when used, are they not? Adverse effects, not side effects, when used therapeutical.
Fluoxetine, topiramate, and gabapentin are, yes, ma'am.
And what is one of those side effects that you noted for us, sir?
One of them is tremor.
And are all 3 drugs, is Prozac associated with tremor?
Yes.
Topiramate associated with tremor?
The same degree, but yes.
Okay, and the third drug was associated with tremor?
Gabapentin is definitely associated with tremor.
Okay, and when you say tremor, what do you mean?
I guess the best way is to show it's what we would normally, a layperson would normally call as shakes.
And just for the record, you lifted your right hand and kind of shook it.
And shook my right hand, yes, ma'am.
And are, based on the pharmacological effects of those drugs, is tremor something that is controllable? In other words, I can stop my tremor if I say stop?
No.
Why is that?
Because it's not a voluntary tremor. It's an involuntary tremor. It's something that is being mediated within the body, not something that somebody is purposely doing.
Okay. And when you said that the 3 drugs are associated with tremor, are some associated more than others?
Yes.
And the one day he doesn't have tremors is the day that they talk about all of his medications that causes tremors. Look at him, no tremors.
The fluoxetine and the gabapentin.
And that would be the Prozac and the Neurontin on the trade names?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, does the tremor on the 3 drugs generally known to have a synergistic effect?
That's hard to say, but Just certainly when you have more than one substance capable of causing an effect, you kind of worry.
I don't think he has
whether there's going to
Parkinson's.
be-
I think he has tremors as a side effect of his medications. That's what his attorney said at one point in the trial. And this is a toxicologist who is talking about medications that were found when they tested him. And these 3 were found, and these 3 cause tremors. So I guess if he was only taking one of these, he might get some tremors, but the fact that he's taking all 3 is causing major tremors. So I don't think he has Parkinson's. Because he's not on any medication for Parkinson's, because that didn't show up in his blood or urine. So I doubt it. I think it's just side effects from his medications.
at least an additive effect with those substances.
Are any of those drugs associated with incoordination?
They can be.
Okay. Any other effects besides the tremor that is important for this jury to hear about pharmacologically or toxicologically?
And these compounds can cause somnolence or sleepiness and dizziness and other central nervous system depressant type effects.
Okay. Now, in 2003, did your lab have the ability, if had been requested, to do a test for a drug with the street name Viagra?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that test did exist for certain labs back in 2003, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, was your lab the only lab in the country, or did it, or was it a pretty country in your capacity as an inspector?
I'm not sure how many labs had that capacity. Certainly we had that capacity, and I know a few others did because there were published articles on it. So I really can't quantify how many labs had that capability.
And your lab back in 2003 has been asked, not necessarily in this case, but other governmental agencies to do governmental work independently on certain drugs to see if they exist in specimens, correct?
Every day.
Okay. You're not exclusive to defense, is what I'm saying.
Actually, it kind of goes the other way.
Okay. Now, thank you. That was with regard to Mr. Spector. I'd like to, by the way, just before we get off that, in terms of your scientific certainty, scientifically, it's pretty certain then, in your opinion, that the 3 items, the 3 drugs that you found,
yes, ma'am.
but is it scientifically possible to say that there's true ETOH or ethanol in that urine sample?
No.
Now, if we can move Dr. Middleberg briefly over to the other reports that you reviewed for us, that being dealing with the decedent Lana Clarkson. Again, Mr. Anderson was here, so the jury does have some working knowledge already about what was found, okay? Just so you know. All right. Now, you did review the reports, and do you concur with Mr. Anderson concerning the finding of hydrocodone and ethanol in the blood here, the blood that was submitted of Lana Clarkson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you're talking about the reports from Ms. Clarkson, you had both reports that dealt with blood and urine to look at, correct?
Yes, as well as another substance too.
And bile?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is bile?
Bile is a material that's contained within your gallbladder. It's a green liquid and contained in the only green organ in your body, the gallbladder. It's made in the liver and stored in the gallbladder for release into your small intestines. And in terms of the elimination of substances from your body, it's a number of different kinds of compounds, both foreign substances and normal things that happen in your body will be stored in bile and then eliminated through your small intestine and your large intestine and certainly in your fecal matter.
So why pharmacologically or toxicologically do you look at bile to determine whether there may be drugs in the bile?
Certain things accumulate in bile, and they will stay in bile longer than other places. One of the well-known substances that accumulates in bile are opiates. Opiates include things such as morphine, and hydrocodone is one as well, in fact. And a number of other opiate-type compounds.
And discuss started with the hydrocodone. There was hydrocodone here, which is also commonly known as Vicodin. In the vial of Ms. Clarkson, there was, what were the level or units found?
Again, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
In femoral blood, there was 0.07 micrograms per milliliter.
Now, what does that mean in terms of, like, you can explain that in terms of a layperson?
Micro sounds very small, but for us, when you take something into your body, if you think about it, if you take, say, one Tylenol, and it's one little tablet, you put it into your body, it's going to get dissolved all through your body. So that one little tablet, you have 5 liters of blood approximately in your body. You've got a liver, you've got brains and muscles and tissues and bones. So it's going to go everywhere. So then when we talk about units like micrograms, while the name might sound small, that's what we normally expect to find for compounds like this. They get disseminated, so we find very little. But the units that we use are micrograms. That's the amount of the substance per milliliter of blood.
Okay. And so you started, I interrupted you when you were on the opiate in the blood. And what was the finding there?
Again, once again, 0.07 micrograms per milliliter.
And that was in the femoral blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you use as a toxicologist the femoral blood?
Well, we generally talk about collecting blood from a few different sources in the body, especially post-mortem. One is the heart. One is what we call a peripheral site, of which the femoral blood would be one. The femoral arteries and veins are found in your legs, and they're distant from your heart. Something happens post-mortem. There's a phenomenon called post-mortem redistribution that we know happens with some substances. You can't predict if it's going to happen. You don't know if it happened in any particular case, except if you do what they did in this laboratory, which was good experimental work, where they measured compounds in both femoral blood and heart blood. But this post-mortem redistribution phenomenon can lead to artificially elevated concentrations of substances in certain sites throughout the body. Heart blood is one of the samples that we worry to a fair degree that that's going to happen. And again, we can't predict if it's going to happen in any given case. We don't even fully understand all the mechanisms that lead to it, but we do know that over time and given certain situations, materials, some substances, some drugs will leach out of some organs and other vessels and pool in the heart. So you might get a higher concentration. In this case, they looked at both heart blood and femoral blood, and the concentrations were actually the same. So that leads us to believe there probably was not redistribution in this case.
Okay. And that means 0.1, even though one was 0.12 and one was 0.14.
Well, that's for the ethyl alcohol, not
I'm sorry.
hydrocodone.
I apologize. The heart blood in terms of the hydrocodone.
Yes, ma'am.
So you know there was no redistribution. It was pretty accurate.
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay. Now, with regard to the femoral blood concentration of the hydrocodone, could you determine anything regarding the concentration and the dosage level?
Well, certainly it's hard to backtrack a concentration to a particular dose. We can only do it in relative terms. Say, well, this may sound not great. You say, is there a little bit there? Is a lot there? Or is there really a lot there? And I know people would like it to be a little more exacting than that, but it's difficult often for us to do that. In this case, we look at the concentration, say, after a single dose of hydrocodone.
Okay. And you also had the vial, which indicated that it had processed and had been there for a term of usage or a term of time.
Well, if you find hydrocodone in vial, it means it had time to accumulate there.
And that would that support your level that it was just a little bit elevated than in the femoral blood?
Yeah, it's hard to interpret a bile concentration.
Okay, that's fair. All right. The hydrocodone, is it a narcotic drug?
It is.
And what schedule in the DEA is it on?
It is a Schedule III controlled substance.
Okay. And does it have any pharmacological effects or side effects on the central nervous system?
Yes, it does.
And what are those effects that are known to people such as yourself in this community?
The side effects of hydrocodone, which again,
I missed that. You said there was a femoral artery in the arm?
is.
And what schedule in the DEA is it on?
It is a Schedule III controlled substance.
Now, with regard to hydrocodone, is it a narcotic drug?
How far back
It
was
is.
it?
And what schedule in the DEA is it on? And therefore, a term of usage or a term of time.
Well, if you find hydrocodone in bile, it means it had time to accumulate there.
And that would that support your level that it was just a little bit elevated than in the femoral blood?
Yeah, it's hard to interpret a bile concentration.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Now, with regard to hydrocodone, is it a narcotic drug?
It is.
And what schedule in the DEA is it on?
It is a Schedule III controlled substance.
Okay. And does it have any pharmacological effects or side effects on the central nervous system?
Yes, it does.
And what are those effects that are known to people such as yourself in this community?
The side effects of hydrocodone, which again belongs in the opioid family, are CNS depressant related.
And CNS means what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Central nervous system, which includes, for all practicality, it's the brain and the spinal cord, but we really just focus on the brain.
Okay. And what are some of those effects that are known in your community?
They include, again, somnolence or tiredness, dizziness, perhaps, sedation, overall sedation, lethargy, just not moving quickly, sleepiness, making people sleep.
On that note, our recess, keep in mind the admonition, 15 minutes. Thank you.
I missed it.
Court's in session.
All right, all parties are present as heretofore, jurors, alternates, and the witness as well. You may proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Middleberg, when we left, you were discussing some of the effects of the central nervous system depressant of hydrocodone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you were imparting to the jury some of those effects, and we left, I think, at the sleepiness part. And now they're wide awake, so can we go on? Thank you.
Other effects that are centrally mediated through the brain in terms of depression include such things as impaired judgment, impaired coordination, and a general impairment of sense of care and caution.
Okay. Now, you also looked at the toxicology, and there was a non-prescription medication, a common over-the-counter one called Benadryl that was found.
Yes, ma'am.
And actually, I used the trade name, but what is the product name that was in the sample?
It's called diphenhydramine, diphenhydramine.
Okay. Is that a central nervous system depressant?
It is.
Okay. And what are some of the effects of that?
Again, there would be the sleepiness, there would be tiredness, and dose-dependent fashion. It could be the same leading up to impaired judgment, coordination, sense of care and caution, similar effects.
Okay. And then you also noted that, and we talked a little bit about the blood alcohol level of, in passing, of ETOH or ethanol.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that was found?
0.12 gram percent.
What does that mean?
We as toxicologists would use units 120 milligrams per deciliter. to put it in terms of driving, it used to be in most states, that 0.1 was an impairment level in terms of driving. Most states have lowered it at this point. I'm not sure if California has, but in most states it's a 0.08. And 120 milligrams per deciliter, or 0.12%, is certainly a high enough blood alcohol concentration to elicit central nervous system depressant effects. Again, the impaired alertness, coordination, judgment, sense of care and caution, those kinds of effects are pretty typical with a blood alcohol of a 0.12%. In some individuals, depending on their drinking habits, they might be what we call frankly intoxicated, which is the commonly drunk, the bloodshot eyes and the slurred speech, things like that.
Is there something else besides frank intoxication at a different spectrum pharmacologically?
Yes, you can be impaired certainly by alcohol without being frankly intoxicated. In fact, most people are when they drink. They become intoxicated without becoming commonly drunk.
Now, the depressant effects of the three central nervous system depressants that you mentioned,
Is he talking about the difference between being tipsy and being drunk? Is that what he means? I guess that's what I'm thinking he means. I'm not sure.
Are they individual, or do they have a cumulative or synergistic effect?
What we like to say is that they have an at least additive effect to one another. In other words, we can't quantify whether it's 10 times or 5 times, but we know it's at least additive when you add central nervous system depressants together. And in this case, we have the alcohol and the hydrocodone, and you have the diphenhydramine, all three of them central nervous system depressants, and you would expect their CNS or central nervous system depressant effects to be at least additive.
Okay. And as a toxicologist in your years of experience, have you had the occasion to look at blood samples, urine samples, or whatever in making a determination as to whether or not there's alcohol or central nervous system depressant drugs present in cases where there's an issue of whether a wound was self-inflicted or not?
Many, many times.
As stated, speak to me.
Do you understand the question, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may answer.
Many times.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt, Doctor. It also lacks foundation and culture speculation as phrased.
That's sustained. You'll have to lay a foundation.
Have you, excuse me, have you been given samples to look at where, for instance, the investigating agency has come to you and said, we have determined this is a self-inflicted wound. Could you tell us if I'm present?
I'm going to check your eye. Maybe approach.
Okay, so like,
Doctor, going back to the sample that you reviewed in terms of the coroner's office with regard to the various items in the sample, there was one area that we still had not touched on. And was there well, let me just talk about the sample. Did you review certain documents regarding whether or not there was one capsule found in the purse of Lana Clarkson that had a Zenith 4266 on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the name of that drug?
The generic name for that compound is acyclovir, ACYCLOVIR.
Okay, and as a pharmacologist, toxicologist, are there certain side effects of ingestion of that drug that is known in the community that you work in?
There can be.
Okay, and what are some of the side effects that you note?
Some of the side effects associated with that compound, and it varies from person to person, might include blood-related disorders.
And what are the effects known on acyclovir for the blood-related disorders?
One of them is called thrombocytopenia, THROMBOCYTOPENIA.
And what does that mean?
It's, you have too few platelets. And platelets are responsible for clotting when you get injured, when you get a cut. The platelets are part of the process that helps the bleeding stop.
And does that relate in any way to a side effect dealing with bruising or bleeding?
It can.
And can it relate to spontaneous bruising?
It depends how you define spontaneous, but certainly people with that condition can bruise easily.
Okay, and when you say easily, what do you mean in a pharmacological way?
In contact. Is slight.
Contact, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr.
Things, doctor, that you indicated about Your Honor, I hate to do this. There's an issue before I broach the subject that I think I'd like some guidance from the court on, and I'd like to talk to counsel about.
Okay.
Very briefly.
You want to talk to them, or you want to come to the bench?
The bench.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Middleburg, one of the questions Ms. Kenny Bodden posed to you was whether or not a blood test would have been something that may have been helpful to you, or may have been an accurate determination close in time to the event of the blood alcohol content of Mr. Spector, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know what a breathalyzer test is correct? All right. And breathalyzer tests can be accurate determinations, maybe not quite as accurate as a blood test, but pretty accurate determination of blood alcohol content as well, if they're properly administered, correct?
It does a pretty good job,
Okay.
sir.
With regard to the voiding, you indicated that you did review a lot of these reports and notes, a lot of the police reports, notes that were associated with the police reports, certain medical documentation, including the autopsy report, toxicology reports, et cetera. You're waiting for me to stumble on that, weren't you? I've done it enough times. Did you also review the certain reports by a nurse that actually took the urine sample?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that report, and you indicated to Ms. Kenny Bodden that you didn't see any indication of, correct? You just said that it's kind of hanging with the other, correct?
Not that I recall, yes, sir.
Okay. Doctor, do you recall seeing an area on, and counsel, I'm referring to page 290. Do you let's start that over. It's getting late in the afternoon. Do you recall referring to a forensic medical report done by Nurse Carrie Caruso, specifically subsection D as in dog, that's denoted recent hygiene information? Do you recall seeing that? If you don't, that's fine. I'm just doing a foundational thing. I'm not taxing your memory.
No, sir. I looked at a lot of documents.
I figured you did. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. This is just possibly one of many, many documents that you reviewed. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, well, yes, I do know.
Okay, you have seen that in the past.
I believe so.
All right, and take a look at the highlighted portion if you wouldn't mind.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me go ahead and take that back from you and ask you, do you recall reading in that report an indication that under recent hygiene information, when that information was taken from Mr. Spector at or around the time of the urine sample, that under the label urinated, in other words, urinated question mark, it's marked yes?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that would indicate if in fact Mr. Spector urinated before he gave the sample, that would be consistent with a void of the bladder, correct?
If that's what that means, or if, I'm not sure if that refers to the actual void itself, or if that refers to a prior void, I'm not sure.
Okay, and that's under something, that's not under the a portion that's called sample, it's under a portion called recent hygiene information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And included in that is urinated, defecated, oral or gargle or rinse and genital wipes, things like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So there's nothing to suggest that that is actually the urine sample itself. That would seem to suggest to you, the way that's written, that it's talking about recent hygiene information coming up to the point at which the examination is taken, correct?
Again, I'm not sure if that, I can't interpret it as it's checked.
Okay. But you will agree with me on your review of this report that it is checked, recently urinated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And for instance, recently defecated, the check mark is no.
Yes, sir.
All right. If in fact that's what that means, and there is a indication that he had recently urinated, there's nothing magical about a void. I mean, that's something in scientific terms that just means to use the restroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go number one, right?
Yes.
How about empty your bladder?
Okay.
Just to elevate it slightly.
We can go there.
All right, thank you.
That's fine, that's fine. All right, Dr. Goldberg, just a couple more questions, and sit down over here. CNS depressant, you indicated that on your review of Ms. Clarkson's toxicological analysis that you noted that she had an alcohol level, a particular alcohol level of 0.12, correct?
Yes, sir.
She also indicated, or you also indicated that you reviewed documentation that suggested that she had hydrocodone in her system as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hydrocodone, as you explained to this jury, is a CNS depressant or a CNS depressant, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to make sure we don't mix up our terminology. In your world of science, doctor, a CNS depressant, even though it's from the root word depress, you're not talking about an emotional depression, correct?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, that's completely different. That's not what you're suggesting, correct?
No, not at all.
You're talking is central nervous system, like that is in our body, how being depressed in scientific terms, correct?
Yes.
CNS, let me rephrase that effect of the alcohol as well as a CNS depressant in the system can have certain side effects. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you've gone through the litany of some of those side effects with Ms. Kinney Bodden. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to get back to that in just a second, but I want to change. No, I don't want to change gears. I'm going to go ahead and finish that train of thought before I lose it. One of the things that you indicated was in a CNS depressant that there may be tiredness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you called that somnolence?
Yes.
Dizziness?
Yes, sir.
Lethargy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certain impairments of judgment may exist, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're not saying that, in your expert opinion, Lana Clarkson suffered any or all of these. You're simply saying from a scientific standpoint, these are some of the side effects that can happen, correct?
Yes.
All right. You're not saying that Lana Clarkson did suffer any or all of these, are you?
No, sir.
All right. As a matter of fact, isn't it true that in this field of science, the absolute best way to determine how a CNS depressant or alcohol or the combination of the two affects a human being is to look at how it's affected them in the past? In other words, what is their history of effect on that particular person, correct?
That's one element. We also, just based on the pharmacological nature of the compounds, can reach opinions as well.
I understand, but you're talking about from a pharmacological standpoint alone, you're talking about a universe of possible side effects in a particular human being, correct?
It also can change, because the first time I was on gabapentin, it was wonderful. I had no problems at all whatsoever. And then I stopped taking it. I forgot why I stopped. It could have been a money issue. It could have been they wanted to try a different drug and they needed to take me off of that one to try a new one. I don't know. I don't remember because I've been on so much crap off and on my whole life. But for whatever reason, they took me off of it. And then they tried to put me back on it. And when they tried to put me back on it, it was not compatible with life. I wanted to end it. It was not a pleasant experience at all whatsoever. And I quit taking it, and I was miraculously all better and wanted to live again. It was horrendous. But I got really, really mad at the doctor, and then I realized, wait, but the doctor knows I've taken it before. So she didn't know that would do this to me because I took it before and I was fine. So there was nobody to get mad at because in the past it'd been fine. So you can't always go on past reactions because it can change. I don't know what changed it. I don't know if it was maybe I was on a new drug that I hadn't been on in the past and it was a bad interaction, or just because I was older and maybe body chemistry had changed. I have no idea what caused it, but it was bad. So you can't always go on past history either.
Sure. All right. So in other words, doctor, let me use an example of you and me. Let's say we both had hydrocodone in our system, and it was about the same amounts for both of us relative to our size. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You might, if I understand you correctly, you might suffer somnolence or lethargy, correct? I might something completely different, correct? Based on how the chemicals are working or reacting with my body, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. The best way, as a matter of fact, it's been written in the literature that the best way to make a determination of how somebody is going to react personally to a particular stimulant, be it a CNS depressant or alcohol or uppers or downers or whatever, the best way to make that determination as accurately as possible is to look at historically how those chemicals have affected that particular person individually.
I disagree. The best way to judge how substances work on or effects they're having on an individual is actually to give it to the individual in a certain particular circumstance and see how they respond. A lot of responses to pharmacological agents are situationally dependent. How an individual responds in one situation, given one set of circumstances and situations when they have something in them may be different than how they respond given a different set of circumstances.
That's a great point. So what you're saying is if the set of circumstances tends to be relatively consistent, you could expect a relatively consistent reaction from that individual to the stimulant, correct?
Again, the way I explain this to medication, whether it be an aspirin or a depressant, it's an experiment. And you can't really predict what's going to happen, and that's part of the risk benefit of taking medication. We like to think pills are safe and they're not going to affect us, but you really don't know from time to time. So it is hard to predict. I don't think I'd want to reach the conclusion that you've made.
All right. Isn't it true that it's been written in the literature that, in fact, there's no way to say how an individual specifically will react by, for instance, let's use an example of blood alcohol alone, correct?
It is, again, we talk in generalities. That is correct.
All right. And you're aware of the literature also saying that the best indication of reaction would be an account of how that person has reacted in the past, in past times when previously intoxicated.
Certainly with alcohol, we say, the phrase we like to use is if someone drinks and they're a passive drunk, so to speak, they'll generally always be a passive drunk. If they're an aggressive drunk, they'll generally always be an aggressive drunk.
All right. You also indicated that Mr. Spector had CNS depressants in his system.
Yes, sir.
And that would be in the form of, I think you said the Prozac, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there any other of the medications that you listed that were found in Mr. Spector's system? Were there any other of those that you would list as a CNS depressant?
Yes, the topiramate.
Okay, which is commonly referred to as Topamax.
Yes.
And based on the information that you have, you also reviewed reports that showed that there was alcohol found in his urine, correct?
There was a determination of alcohol in his urine.
All right, and I understand you've already explained to Ms. Kinney-Bodden that you're not sitting up there trying to extrapolate backward and tell us what his BAC was at a particular time, but in fact, the scientific analysis that was done, the toxicological analysis that was done, did show alcohol in his urine, correct?
I would agree that the analysis showed alcohol. It's just hard to determine whether the alcohol is, what the source of the alcohol is.
All right, and certainly you're not saying one way or the other, saying you can't tell, but in fact there was alcohol there.
Either way, that's correct.
Okay. To support either way how it got there, but you're having no scientific quarrel with the idea that ETOH was found analytically in the urine sample.
That's correct.
Okay. If the nature of how you said generally just a second ago in answer to another question concerning alcohol specifically, you said generally if someone's an aggressive drunk, they're always going to be an aggressive drunk, and if someone has a history of being a passive drunk, they're generally always going to be a passive drunk, correct?
Within boundaries.
I understand. I mean, you're not saying that it's a scientific determination that it, 2 shots of alcohol and you're absolutely going to act this way every single time. That's not what you're saying.
No, sir.
But broad generalizations based on your pharmacological background that you can say what you just said a second ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if I hear you correctly, if someone has a history with the substance of being, for instance, gregarious, demonstrative, happy, you would expect them pretty consistently to be gregarious, demonstrative, and happy.
Again, within boundaries, yes.
If someone else, for instance, has a history on this substance of being violent and hostile and angry, you would expect them generally to become violent and hostile and angry. Using that same generalization that you just talked about, pharmacologically speaking.
Again, within boundaries.
All right. You talked and this is the second area I want to cover, and I think I can finish up pretty quickly. And I know we're trying to get you out of here. I'm trying to accommodate you, Doctor.
I appreciate that.
You talked about something called prospective analysis. Ms. Kinney-Bodden asked you a series of very specific questions about Mr. Spector's urine sample and the ETOH finding, or we've used the phrase ETOH, the alcohol finding in his urine sample. She asked you about glucose and the concomitant presence of yeast, and you talked about certain bacteria that may have existed and certain preservatives that you're not sure were there, and lack of preservatives that may or may not have been there in the proper tube, and maybe it wasn't the proper tube, et cetera. Instead of talking about, or instead of explaining glucose and the presence of yeast and the presence of bacteria in an unpreserved urine sample, let me ask you a much more simple question, pharmacologically speaking. Would you expect someone, assume for purposes of my question the following facts. Okay, let's do it this way. I think it'll be a little cleaner and easier. Assume for purposes of this next question the following facts. Somewhere between 7:30 and 10 o'clock at night, a person had a daiquiri. And assume when I use a common name, a pronoun for a particular bit of alcohol, just assume that it's got a shot of alcohol in it, unless I tell you differently. Absolutely, Doctor. Assume that someone had a daiquiri between 7:30 and 10 at night. Assume that same person consumed 2 what's called Navy grogs, each of which contain 3 shots or 3 ounces of alcohol. And that was between 11 and 12. Assume next that same person had 2 more drinks between 12 and 1, be those amaretto sours or daiquiris or something like that, each containing 1 shot of alcohol.
Between what hours, sir?
Between 12 and 1 a.m. And then assume that person at around 2 a.m. had a shot of Bacardi 151, and assume for purposes of my question that 151 does in fact have about 150 proof as opposed to the normal 80 proof or so. instead of talking about bacteria and yeast and all that stuff, I just want to ask you simply, would you expect, pharmacologically, would you expect a person who consumed that amount of alcohol at around 4 o'clock in the morning, going into 5 o'clock in the morning, to be intoxicated in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
That's a very difficult question to answer, whether they'd be intoxicated.
Okay, let me add a little fact to that hypothetical, because maybe it's a little bit incomplete. Let's assume that person is male. Let's assume that person weighs 100. And let's also assume that the person ate throughout the course of the evening, early on in the evening, between, say, 7 and be a specific BAC. That's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking you very simply, based on that drinking pattern, at around 4 or 5 in the morning, say between the hours of 4 and 5 in the morning, would you intoxicate?
There are a lot of factors that would play into that.
So you believe, based on your testimony?
Have you finished your answer?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish, please.
When you talk about a drinking history like that, part of the problem with the prospective analysis is that we don't know how fast the drinks were consumed. We don't know if somebody drank them all within 5 minutes or sipped it over an hour. And the reason why that's important is that it is physically possible to sip a drink over the course of an hour or so that you really don't even get an increase in your blood alcohol concentration, because you could sip it slow enough so that your body can break it down as you're drinking it. So there are a number of factors, including rapidity of drinking, the individual, him or herself, how they absorb alcohol, potential pathological conditions with the individual, food intake, and a number of other issues that work towards us trying an accurate determination of what the blood alcohol concentration would have been. Some prior point, with an individual's metabolic rate. Some people metabolize slow, some people metabolize fast. So coming up with an accurate number is difficult. That's just the analytical or mathematical perspective of it. But then you also have to deal, when you talk about intoxication, about how an individual handles the alcohol, what their constitution is, how common of a drinker they are, how to handle it, how they respond, and things like that. So besides the analytical issues, we have the pharmacological issues, and both of those, to just give a general answer to your question, make it difficult to determine just on a scenario like that whether somebody would be intoxicated at some point in time.
All right, let's not suspend reality and assume that this person in my hypothetical was just barely sipping any alcohol.
Objection, argue on the line, assuming reality, suspending reality.
The prelude to your question, if you can change it kindly,
Sure.
objection is sustained.
Sure, I don't want to, let's assume for purposes of my question that there's normal, natural drinking going on, a social drinking going on, whatever that means. And I don't know if that's 10 sips every 15 minutes or if that, I just want to get it in sense. Drinking pattern throughout the evening based on this drinking pattern, all right, this amount of alcohol ordered and consumed, and assume that the person continued to drink, and let's just say maybe one drink after 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so we've come up to the Bacardi 151 being consumed about 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's add tequila. And let's just say one shot of tequila at around 3 o'clock in the morning. And let's assume an average drinking pattern. And let's assume an average metabolic rate, okay, for whatever that means. I'm not asking you what the BAC of the person is, and I'm not asking you to backwards extrapolate. I'm asking, based on that drinking pattern and that amount of alcohol in a 135-pound male, would you expect that person to feel the effects of alcohol, to be under the influence in any way?
Again, you'd have to do the individual experiment with that individual. I mean, I could give you an example, if you'd like, where something like that falls flat. I participated in a conference for attorneys where I was asked to act as an expert. And it involved an actual case, a real case, where there was an individual in the state of Texas who was pulled over, I guess, for DUI. And in Texas, they have a rule where they have to film some of the field sobriety tests on the side of the road. So they filmed them, and the individual actually passed his field sobriety tests. And then he was brought back to the station, the police station, to give a breath test. But before that, he was filmed again doing his field sobriety tests. And he passed those too. But he breathed anyway into the breath machine, and I believe the concentration that registered on the machine was about a 0.2 or 0.22 up to a 0.25. And this individual passed his field sobriety tests and yet was blowing what appeared to be a high alcohol concentration. So when you look at things like that, it's often hard to try to delineate whether any particular individual will show signs of intoxication, even with a drinking history.
Assume that this person in my hypothetical is not that exceptional circumstance. And where was that, by the way?
In Texas.
That's an inside joke, Doc. Assume that this is not that exceptional person in Texas who can drink a hell of a lot of alcohol and apparently passes FSTs. Assume that this person actually did show signs of inebriation, and those outward signs included an odor of alcohol, slurred speech, and an unsteady gait. Now, given all those parameters, you say pharmacologically that is consistent with someone, that drinking pattern, those outward signs is consistent with someone being under the influence somewhere around 4 to 5 in the morning.
If you combine a drinking history along with observed signs and symptoms, then it becomes a little stronger. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
Redirect.
Doctor, did you also review an EMS report of Phil Spector at about, examined by EMS people about 6:20 in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Along with Mr. Jackson's questions of you, is there anything important in that for you in terms of pharmacology in order to look at whether or not the sample, the urine sample, was valid or invalid?
Well, the EMS report wouldn't help in terms of whether the sample itself was valid. The EMS people had nothing to do with the collection of the sample.
Did it help pharmacology to determine whether or not Mr. Spector elicited signs of intoxication?
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
I believe somewhere approximately in the 6 to 6:30 range, EMS, emergency medical staff, evaluated, at least as they write on their report, an individual named Phil Spector. And besides writing diabetes on the report, they also write a few other things. And they assessed him a few ways. One of them was...
I thought they said, back in the beginning of the trial, I thought they said he was from Texas. I don't know if he was born there. I just heard them talking about it at the beginning of the trial. Is he not? Did I hear wrong?
By what's known as a Glasgow GLAS-GOW coma score, of which he got the highest number, which is an indication of an individual's alertness, their ability to follow directions, and how they're working mentally, their mentation. Also, they have on here A/O times 4, which is alert and oriented times 4, which is the highest number you can get. And there's also a box that says ethanol drug suspected, and it was not checked off.
And as a scientist, do you place more judgment in scientific tests or things that you see, such as EMS reports, or in something called that prospective or hypothetical analysis?
We tend to put a fair amount of emphasis on independent medical evaluations.
Okay. And did you see anything scientifically in what you reviewed at all on the scientific side, which would indicate to you that Philip Spector?
Jackson was born in Texas. He served in the United States Air Force for 4 years, from 83 to 87, as a jet engine mechanic. He attended the University of Texas at Austin, receiving his bachelor's degree in 1991. He went on to earn his Juris Doctor degree from Pepperdine University School of Law in 1994. Jackson's career began at the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, where he notably served as Assistant Head Deputy of the Major Crimes Division. During his tenure, he prosecuted high-profile cases, including the trial of Phil Spector. He ran for District Attorney in 2012. Shortly after losing his election for District Attorney, Jackson transitioned to private practice in 2013. He has handled high-profile civil and criminal litigation and has been recognized as one of California's top 100 lawyers. His clients have included Kevin Spacey and Karen A. Reed. That's his Wikipedia page.
Spector was frankly intoxicated, or what you call drunk, on February 3rd, 2003, at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Objection, that would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on the way it's phrased.
Sustained. I don't think that you can offer it. It leaves things out.
Now, one of the things that you discussed with Mr. Jackson on the cross-examination was the voiding. Remember that? So we're back to the voiding issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in a collection of sample or analysis, okay, and voiding generally means that you do a first void, then you stop and wait 10 to 20 minutes, and you do a second void right there in order to take the test, correct?
You wait some period of time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. It does not mean normal hygienic elimination of your bladder sometime previous during the day, does it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, did you review an email to one of the detectives on the case, Detective Katz, in your report stated March 7, 2003, where there was still a discussion as to determination whether or not Mr. Spector had voided properly?
That calls for hearsay. It's not the proper subject of an expert.
Let me have the question with that, please.
In fact, did you review an email to one of the detectives on the case, Detective Katz, in your report dated March 7, 2003, where there was a discussion as to the determination whether or not Mr. Spector had voided properly?
Do you have can I review whatever this is?
Yes.
Do you have it with you, Doctor?
I don't believe so.
Let me see it, please. I need to ask a question. Did you rely on that in forming any opinions on this case as to the propriety of any urine samples or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'm going to allow him to testify, and I will limit it to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, the following information is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but is offered as to a basis for this witness's conclusions and opinions. All right, with that in mind, you may proceed.
Thank you. Can you answer the question? Do you remember what it is, Dr. Middleburg?
May I see the document, please?
Yes.
Just to refresh my memory. Yes, I do recognize this.
Okay. Can you answer the question, or do you need me to sort of rephrase it or read it back to you?
there's an indication here that there was no initial void prior to collection.
And did you also review on that same document a discussion of whether or not the urine sample of Mr. Spector had been preserved properly to do a scientific urine test?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Same rule, and ladies and gentlemen, again, this is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but as to the extent that it is used by this witness to form an opinion or conclusion, it's admissible on that basis only.
It is indicated that it was not preserved.
Okay. And finally, Doctor, along the last lines that Mr. Jackson asked you, by the by the smell on somebody's breath, can you tell whether they are intoxicated?
No, ma'am.
Why pharmacologically can you not do that?
Well, first, what people generally smell on an individual's breath when you hear that they say they smelled alcohol on a person's breath is not alcohol at all. Maybe a chemist can smell alcohol, but very few lay people would be able to smell alcohol. What they smell is an alcoholic beverage. But just as an example, if you were to drink near beer, which is beer without alcohol in it, your breath would still smell like beer. So trying to determine whether somebody's impaired just by the smell of a beverage on their breath is really a very bad idea.
When somebody has diabetes, in terms of looking at something pharmacologically, does that affect what you look at in terms of even if there's a smell of alcohol?
It can.
Why?
Diabetes can form what's known as ketone bodies, and ketone bodies will impart a fruity odor to an individual's breath.
Okay. And finally, Doctor, with regard to the urinalysis that you and that 0.07, was that 0.07 micrograms? I'm getting my nanograms and my grams and my milligrams confused. Okay. Was there any scientific reliability that you could place in that sample in order to give it any importance?
There's no independent scientific evidence to rely on that sample.
Thank you, Doctor. No further
Thank
questions.
you. Ross?
Thank you. First of all, if I guess I'm just confused. If you didn't know what that email was, how'd you know to answer the judge that you relied on?
I wasn't sure exactly what the wording was. I wanted to see what the wording was, but I definitely remember seeing this as well as a few others.
But you didn't know when you answered the judge. You hadn't seen it yet.
Objection, it's not mistakes what you said.
I just wasn't sure which one it was.
I see.
I think he answered.
Okay. You said you can't make a determination as to the level of intoxication of a person just by smelling their breath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pretty commonsensical. Nobody's suggesting otherwise in this, it lists in any of the reports that you've read, correct?
No.
But what you can tell by someone smelling the odor of alcohol or an alcoholic beverage on someone else's breath is that they've consumed alcohol, correct?
Again, what you can tell is they've consumed a beverage. Again, there are beverages without alcohol in them. There's wine without alcohol. There's beer without alcohol.
That's all I have.
Okay, we direct.
It's more difficult if somebody has diabetes because of the ketone issue, isn't it?
It can.
Thank you, nothing further.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, subject to recall, your excuse. Thank you for being here. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess unless you have a 3-minute witness.
Not in this case.
I only asked. It's not what I believed. Keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Does Phil Spector have diabetes? What does it matter? What does it matter whether or not they smelled it on his breath if they did the urinalysis and found that he had alcohol? Sometimes these questions are just ridiculous. Quit buffering. I didn't get one ready because I thought and it didn't. Okay. James Rex. Who the heck is James? No, not Rex. Pex. James Pex. I have no idea who this person is. Oh, blood spatter expert. He's got 2 parts. The first part's an hour. See how long his second part is. Oh, he has 3 parts. Okay, let's just watch part 1. I remember drinking near beer when I was a teenager. Still don't like beer. Never liked beer, but it was near beer, you know? Like, I could drink it legally as a teenager, so woohoo!
You wrote an article, sir, and one of the reasons why you're here, entitled Observations of High Velocity Blood Spatter on Adjacent Business. Did you not?
Yeah, I did about years ago.
And did you have a co-author?
Yes,
Would be Mr. Charles Vaughn?
that's correct.
And the common parlor article would be an article written then by Mr. Pex and Mr. Vaughn.
Yes,
And that was back spatter and blood spatter?
yes.
Okay. Now, before you actually wrote that article, you do have a history or an education in police work, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you tell us, sir, what your educational background is first?
I received my bachelor's degree at the Oregon Institute of Technology in 1969 in the field of medical technology. After that, I attended graduate school at San Francisco State University for a period of time, and then I finally finished up and got my master's degree, primarily in the field of chemistry from Southern Oregon University.
And
that was in 1976.
Okay. And when you attended San Francisco State University for that period of time, what were you majoring in then?
I was taking classes at advanced classes in medical technology that included nuclear physics.
Okay. And after you graduated, did you go into any area of practice with a police agency?
Yes. In 1978, I joined the Oregon State Police as a state trooper.
And prior to that, had you had a job in private industry?
Yes, I was a medical technologist in a hospital and had done that for about 10 years.
Okay, and what is a medical technologist?
That is a person who works in a clinical laboratory and conducts analytical testing on biological specimens from patients within the hospital.
Okay, and then what brought you to become employed with the Oregon State Police, sir?
Well, it's at that time in forensic science, it was difficult to perform blood typing tests on dried blood stains. And members of the local crime laboratory were visiting me and looking to collect standards of various blood types to utilize in trying to apply methods that were published by the FBI. They were having difficulties in getting these tests to work.
In my spare time in the laboratory, I worked on them also and was able to get them to work and would demonstrate them to the people from the laboratory. Eventually decided I could do this better than they could, and I eventually went to work for the Oregon State Police Crime Lab.
And did the FBI adopt your procedures in terms of getting this blood typing area to work?
Well, I made their methods work, let's put it that way.
Okay. And so the Oregon State Police hired you. And what were you hired as, sir?
I was hired as a state trooper, a sworn police officer, and attended recruit school like other officers do. And upon graduation from recruit school, I was assigned to the crime laboratory. I was in Eugene, Oregon.
And how long were you there and in what capacity?
I worked in the Eugene Crime Laboratory for approximately 10 years as a forensic scientist. In that role, it was our responsibility to be generalist criminalists. We attended crime scenes. We collected our own evidence, did our own photography. We brought this evidence back to the laboratory, conducted tests upon it, published reports, and testified as experts in court as to our findings.
Did you do any work in serology when you were working for the lab in Oregon at that point?
Sure. Based upon, of course, my educational background, there wasn't anyone else in the laboratory that had that kind of background, and so I was the primary serologist at that time and doing blood typing tests.
Okay, this dude is an overachiever. I don't know whether I want to like him or hate him. He's a nuclear physicist. Nuclear physicist, y'all. And he went to work in the lab at a hospital. And things weren't being done right with blood samples, or it was hard to do it. So then he decided to become a state trooper so he could fix the problem. And they made him head of the lab. I'm in awe of this man. That's the way you do it. If you're having trouble in one area, go to the area where the problem is and fix it. No more problem. What a better world it would be if we could all do that.
A serologist is a person who examines biological fluids within the crime laboratory.
Under a microscope?
Under a microscope, uses biochemical testing, advanced chemical procedures like electrophoresis, and serologists today are also do DNA testing.
Okay. And then after you were promoted, what were you promoted to, sir?
I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and became the director of a crime laboratory on the Oregon coast.
Okay. And when you say you were the director of a crime laboratory, was that for the Oregon State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And did you hold the director position of a crime laboratory until you retired?
Yes, I did.
And then from what was the lifespan that you were director of a state police laboratory in Oregon?
I became director at the beginning of 1990. I was also an interim director for another crime laboratory in Oregon as well. And I retired from the Oregon State Police in 2002.
Okay. And the other crime lab that you were an interim director for, what were the circumstances surrounding that?
They had not hired another permanent director. They were coming up on their ASCLD accreditation. And I was assigned not only to run the current crime laboratory I was operating, but also to run that laboratory and prepare it for ASCLD inspection. So
the laboratory that you did run officially for the Oregon State Police, was that an ASCLD certified laboratory?
Yes, it was.
And could you tell us what ASCLD means? We've had some testimony on it already, but just tell the jurors again if you could.
An ASCLD accredited laboratory is one that has standardized procedures, goes through a validation process for those procedures. The people who work within the laboratory have to meet certain criteria. Every 5 years, a team from outside the state will come in and inspect the work that you do in that laboratory, look at your procedures, look at the safety standards, the health standards, and you have to meet certain requirements before your laboratory will pass. It's also necessary that individuals usually in the management staff, conduct annual audits of other laboratories, which I also did as well.
So let's go back to the interim lab. While you're director of one lab, you're also heading an interim lab in an interim position in order for it ASCLD certification?
That's correct. All laboratories in Oregon have met ASCLD accreditation standards since 1985, but we were coming up on our 5-year inspection, and it was necessary to have someone to oversee and prepare the other laboratory for that inspection process.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that when you are head of a laboratory, during the year, you have to conduct audits as the head of the laboratory in order to meet ASCLD. Did I understand that correctly?
That's right. You, as a laboratory manager, you peer review and oversee the people that are working for you. But also once a year, you become part of a team that goes to another laboratory and reviews the work that's being done there and ensures that the laboratory meets the accreditation standards.
Okay, so you're pretty familiar, would it be fair to say, with these procedures and the audits?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about, just to mention before, peer review. What is that?
Peer review can be, in some instances, where a person, say, examines a bullet under a microscope. He may ask another person to come over and look at the bullets also. That is a beginning process of peer review. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, sort of thing. There is another step where the paperwork that you generate, the notes that you generate, are reviewed by another person. That is a process of peer review. Then there is an administrative peer review where the laboratory manager or someone of that nature will make sure that the proper procedures were followed and when the tests were conducted.
Okay. Is there a difference between internal peer review and external peer review?
Yes.
And what is that?
An internal peer review is within the laboratory and within the management of that laboratory. An external peer review is when people from outside that laboratory come in and actually pull case files in different disciplines and review them to ensure that they meet accreditation standards.
Okay. And now we're talking about your laboratory work. While you were director of the lab, did you also perform any functions in terms of crime scene investigations or criminalist functions?
Yes, these are the laboratories that we're talking about here had personnel sizes of 5 to 10 people. You may be a director, but you are a working director. 50% of my responsibility is the performance of tests and going to crime scenes and maintaining my role as a forensic scientist within the laboratory.
Okay. Now, we just deviated a little bit, but when you talked about ASCLD, you also were a delegate for the American Society of Crime Lab Directors?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means, most people that are directors of laboratories are part of the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, and we occasionally attended meetings of directors and basically set the course or the future of inspections in laboratories in general.
Okay. Now, did you have other duties besides those associated with blood when you were a working director of this laboratory?
Yes.
What were those, sir?
As I mentioned earlier, I processed crime scenes, did photography. I was a firearms examiner, which means I compared bullets and cartridge cases under the microscope, reconstructed trajectories of bullets, that sort of thing, and testified as an expert in a court on the cases that I worked.
Okay. Going back then to the area where you're dealing with firearms, you have then a working knowledge of firearms, both as a police officer and as a criminalist in a crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use that working knowledge in your investigation and article that we talked about concerning blood spatter?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also have some specialty certifications, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And what are those, if you could tell the jury, please?
I am a board-certified member of the American Board of Criminalistics. Call that a diplomat. I've taken a national examination in forensic science and passed the exam.
That means that a third party considered you an expert in the area of criminalistics?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, please. I interrupted you.
Of course, I was a certified police officer with the Oregon State Police, now retired, of course. And while I was a certified medical technologist under the American Society of Clinical Pathology, I also had a specialist certification in clinical chemistry.
Did you maintain any professional affiliations with organizations that specialize in dealing with criminalistics or crime scenes or ballistics?
Yes, and when you're have your own business and you retire from a government agency, one of the most difficult aspects is trying to keep up with the field and keeping up with science. So in order to do so, I belong to a number of organizations so I can get their newsletters and get information. I belong to the American Society of Forensic Sciences, the Northwest Association of Forensic Scientists, the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, of course, the American Board of Criminalistics, and the International Association for Identification.
Okay. And are you active in all those professional affiliations?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, have you published articles in the area of criminalistics that would also involve blood spatter or ballistics?
Yes, I published over 20 articles.
Okay. And have you done that over the course of your past 10 or 20 years?
Yeah, almost 30 years.
Okay. And one of the articles was the article we mentioned earlier, the Pex and Vaughn article?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also publish articles on accidental discharges of guns?
Yes.
And did you have additional specialized training over the past 20 years? In other words, in some of these areas that you've been talking to the jury with, or did you just stop when you became employed by the Oregon State Police?
No, it's as I try to maintain my skills as a forensic scientist, I have attended meetings and attended seminars on issues associated with forensic science.
Okay. And in fact, additionally, did you receive a number of awards concerning your work in the police field?
Yes.
Okay. And did you continue your work in an area also involving an item called luminol?
Yes.
What is luminol?
Luminol is a chemical that forms a reaction, usually with metallic substances, and it's kind of unique in that it will actually luminesce. It will emit a light, and it's very weak. And if you turn out all of the lights in the room, and there is a substance on the floor that may contain metallics, that luminol will react with it and actually illuminate the area.
Okay.
It's called chemiluminescence.
And have you published on that?
Yes, I have.
All right. Now, additionally, in receiving specialized training during the period of years and doing these articles and getting these recognition awards, did you ever train other criminalists or police officers or other scientists in any of these areas?
Yes, I was an instructor with Oregon Department of Public Safety and Standards in Oregon, and I trained police officers and other forensic scientists over the course of my career on a number of occasions and issues dealing with forensic science, crime scene investigations, bloodstain pattern analysis especially, and photography.
And photography. And why is photography important when you're training police officers?
Because most of the time I do a terrible job of it, I guess.
Okay.
I have taught photography to police officers probably 20 of the 30 years I've been in this business. Is something you have to keep doing and keep training them at because that's not a normal part of attending their recruit school and their normal training. It's not only important to talk about the aspects of the camera, but what you need to photograph at a scene in terms of what's important in a case.
Do you ever discuss during these training seminars in your years of experience whether or not police officers should wear booties at a crime scene, for instance?
Yes, it's important to cover the clothing that you have so you don't bring trace evidence into a crime scene, or that you don't take evidence or biohazards with you out of the crime scene.
Okay. And have you ever taught about vacuuming in an area of a crime scene, for instance, when you're training these police officers?
Yes, there are a number of specialized vacuum cleaners that are made for our profession. They're designed to capture basically the particulates that the vacuum cleaner would pick up and allow you to examine those particulates under a microscope. We look for trace evidence, fibers, hairs, bits of gunpowder particles. It has multiple uses and depending upon the type of crime that you're investigating.
Okay. Why is it important not to bring evidence into a scene or bring trace evidence out of a scene?
Well, I think that's pretty natural. If you're going to do an extensive examination of a crime scene, you don't want to introduce evidence to the area that is of interest to you. So you cover your shoes. It's not uncommon today for people to wear complete suits, including a mask. It's important that you don't contaminate yourself and from biohazards that may be associated with the scene. And you don't want to take whatever biohazards you may pick up at a scene back to your place of employment or back to your home.
Okay. Now, since you've retired, have you continued any work in criminal investigation?
Oh, yes, that's.
What are you doing now, sir?
I have my own business and I consult in forensic science for both and have it in the past 5 years for both the prosecution and the defense.
Have you ever testified when you were employed by the Oregon State Police? Have you ever testified for the defense?
Yes, I did.
How many occasions would you say?
Not very often. Over the course of my almost 25 years with the state police, naturally, I was subpoenaed primarily by the prosecution. But on occasion, I would be subpoenaed by the defense as well.
In the business that you have now, do you employ people or do you have cases that you're actively dealing with?
I do both. I have associates within my business that assist me in casework, and also, I continue to work cases that come through my business. Like in this one here, someone calls me up and asks me questions and wants to retain me. That happens both from the prosecution and from the defense.
Are you exclusive to the prosecution or the defense in your business?
No.
And
I would have to say that most of the calls come from the defense.
Are you getting paid for your testimony?
Yes.
Did you get paid when you were an Oregon State Police Director?
Yes, I did.
Now, one of the reasons that you discussed was the luminol issue that you have written and published on. Now, did we ask you to review the luminol procedures and anything with regard to this case?
Yes.
Okay, what did you review, sir?
I looked at the procedures manual for the performance of luminol testing. And there were, I read some transcript of the people who did luminol testing.
Okay.
And had discussions with you and others regarding that testing.
And you looked at some photographs also?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring with you the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Scientific Services Bureau Biology Manual?
No, I did not.
Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, rather than if I walk, could we have this marked?
Your next is octuple R.
Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Pex, I'm just going to show this from you. You recall looking at this?
Yes, right? I do.
Okay. And did that have a procedure for luminol in it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, in an ASCLD lab, do the manual numbers, the procedure numbers that are indicated on the manual have any meaning?
Yes, that's they follow a numerical sequence that's generally consistent from laboratory to laboratory.
Okay. And in the analytical procedures, did you see a procedure in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for different luminol testing?
Yes.
And what number was that, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Would 4.1.3 sound familiar?
That could be, yes.
Okay. And the procedures that you reviewed with regard to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, they were conformed with ASCLD procedures as you know them when you were investigating laboratories or auditing laboratories?
Yes.
Okay. And does that require that the numbers and the standards conform with the ASCLD procedures?
The numerical sequence that is assigned them is typical of what you see in an ASCLD manual.
Why is that?
I wouldn't say that from state to state they would be exactly the same.
Okay, and why is that generally from ASCLD? perspective?
When you're conducting an inspection and you make notations or recommendations, you can go specifically to a particular section, a specific particular test and subsection of that test, and make reference.
Now, you did say that you reviewed some of the photographs with regard to this case and reviewed the testimony of Mr. Renteria?
Yes.
Okay. One of the photographs you reviewed, GGGG, please, Jennifer. I'm going to put up on, this is the computer screen we're using, Mr. Rex. And if you can't see it, I have another photograph here. I can walk it up to you, okay? All right. Is this one of the photographs that you reviewed?
Yes.
Was this important to you in any way when discussing luminol procedures?
If the luminol was conducted after this photograph was taken, that would be of some concern.
Why?
There are so many people that are in this crime scene. We didn't do it this way, but I'm not in control of how other agencies conduct their investigations.
Why is the amount of people important when you're looking for blood spatter, if you're looking for blood spatter in luminol?
When liquid blood falls on any adjacent objects, it dries. And if you compress it or you walk on it, you break it up and it forms basically a dust. And as you move around the room, you're going to transport that on your shoes, and if you're on your hands and knees, you could actually transport it on your fingers from place to place.
Okay.
And then if you luminol later, you may see that.
Okay. Or you may not?
Or you may not.
Okay. And, I don't think this picture's been marked. Next picture would be 2.055.
A couple less.
Okay. You reviewed this picture also, correct?
Yes.
And why was this picture important to you?
The position of the hand is certainly would be of value if we had better photographs of this. At this point in time, there have been plastic sheets that have been laid down on the floor, but in a circumstance or a crime such as this, it's important to have some better photographs of the hands.
Okay. And also in dealing with the luminol procedure, did you review the fact that the carpet in this case was not cut out and brought to the crime lab?
Yes.
What significance of that was there to you with regard to whether or not the luminol was proper?
Well, we discussed the concept as related to the article that was mentioned about small droplets are created in a shooting circumstance, small droplets of blood, and these bloods project back towards the shooter if the particular shooting circumstances is such that the muzzle of the weapon is very close to the individual at the time. If it was important to know how far that these droplets may have projected, the best technique is to excise that carpet, take it back to the laboratory and look at it under the microscope.
All right. Is luminol ever indicated for use in a blood spatter identification or pattern?
Not when you're looking for small droplets of blood. There is a problem from a standpoint is that luminol is applied with a hand sprayer. The chemicals are mixed and you spray it onto whatever object is of interest to you in total darkness. The droplets that are coming out of the sprayer can be of the same size as the ones you're looking for. And you could potentially misinterpret a pattern when in reality what you're looking at is the droplets themselves as opposed to actual blood.
Can you even find the droplets with luminol generally?
It depends on their size. If they're large enough, and generally what we refer to as passive droplets of blood, I would not be afraid to identify with luminol, but when they get smaller than that, when you're looking at droplets of a 1/4 inch or less in diameter, I would be concerned in using that procedure as your identification mechanism.
What is the proper procedure when you're looking at blood droplets 1/4 inch or less in terms of what you taught police officers and what you understand for ASCLD certification?
The proper procedure is to conduct a microscopic examination under a preferably a field scope.
What is a field scope?
A field scope or a stereo microscope. It is one that has a great deal of depth of field, so you don't have your object very close to the microscope, very close to your object that you want to look at, but has magnifications generally ranging from about 5 power up to about 60 power.
Okay, I interrupted you. You said the proper way is to use a
Right.
field scope?
Right, you would use a microscope. You would look at a garment, or if we mentioned excising a piece of carpet, you would look at the carpet. If you found something of interest, then you would perform a chemical test upon that. The common test is called phenolphthalein. This is a screening test. If that test is positive, then you would go on to confirm that it's blood, and there are tests available to do that.
Okay. What is luminol generally used for when you're looking for blood?
Luminol is the process you normally encounter if we have a surface where we want to see transfers of blood, where someone may have been dragged, for example, or pools of blood where someone has cleaned it up. You can't see it because either the color of the substance or that it's been so dilute that it's not readily visible to the eye. Then you would apply the luminol process in order to find these areas. After you found these areas, then you would go back to the process of the confirmation. Luminol does not identify or confirm the presence of blood. It is a screening test.
And if blood is ground into small stains or ground into a rug, would luminol be the proper technique for trying to find them?
No,
Is that because you may not even see them if they're there?
that's correct.
Okay. And so do you have to at least get down on your hands and knees with the field scope at the scene if you're going to leave the carpet there, if it's looking for blood? Spatter.
Spatter.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And did you see any indication in this case that was done?
No.
Okay. As a person who was written about blood spatter and also written about luminol and taught about blood spatter and luminol, would you ever teach people in the lab that you ran to look for microscopic particles of blood spatter by using a luminol technique?
No.
Would you ever make a determination as to how far blood spatter could go outwards from, for instance, a gunshot wound by using the luminol technique?
No.
May we have, Jennifer, another picture? I don't know if it has been marked on a 3.136. Let's see if it comes up. 3.136. No, it has not. I need a mark.
Octuple T.
Okay. With regard to the luminol, you did look at this picture of the handgun, correct?
Yes.
In this case. Was there something on this handgun that you saw that concerned you as to whether or not the luminol technique had been done properly?
Well, I think we need to differentiate properly versus did it cover a specific area.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
The test may very well have been done properly. This handgun was seen in some other photographs lying beside Ms. Clarkson's leg. And this is the side that would have been down towards the carpet. In a shooting circumstance, at the time that weapon actually hit the floor, that probably that blood was in a liquid state, which means that the blood that is on the handle and for other areas of this weapon could easily transfer to the carpet itself.
Okay. And you were aware that there was the luminol technique did not reveal blood under the handgun?
I didn't see any evidence of that in what I read. No.
Would that appear to you to be inconsistent with what's on this handgun, that result?
I'm not sure about what you mean by inconsistent. If this weapon transferred blood to the carpet at that location, by luminol testing, the stain should have been large enough. You probably would have detected it.
Okay. Now, you said you saw another picture of the handgun lying under Ms. Clarkson's feet. May I just show you 1.213? Okay. Is that one of the pictures that you indicated that you had seen?
Yeah.
Do you need this marked?
Yes, sir. I didn't realize this wasn't marked. Thank you.
Octuple U.
Thank you. Was there something else in there that you saw that concerned you concerning the luminol technique and whether or not it could identify blood spatter going out 3 feet?
Repeat your question.
I'm sorry. Was there something else in this picture that concerned you that you pointed out to us concerning the luminol technique?
As I indicated, if this weapon, as it would probably have blood on it in a near contact shooting circumstance, I would expect that blood would transfer to that carpet where that gun is lying.
Thank you. Jennifer, could we have double E, please? Now, you also looked at this picture, did you not, sir?
Yes.
And in terms of determining whether or not the blood spatter had gone out 3 feet or more, was there something in this picture that bothered you as to the position of the legs?
In our discussions of the case and the ongoing sequences within this case, that particular wire that you see on the carpet is consistent with the wire that leads from a weapon called a taser. And that wire goes underneath Ms. Clarkson's shoe in that area there. And that was an event that, to my understanding, occurred after she was shot.
Why was that important to you in determining whether or not blood spatter could go out 3 feet or more?
Well, there's no, I did not observe what appeared to be any blood spatter in the photographs of her legs.
Okay. And go ahead, I interrupted you. Okay. Did this picture indicate to you whether or not this was the final resting place of Ms. Clarkson's legs?
It suggested it's a final resting place of her legs, yes.
Okay. Could you tell from this picture whether or not her legs were in a different position at the time she was shot in terms of determining how far the blood spatter went out?
It appears that if that wire is underneath her shoe and that event occurred after she was shot, then her legs would have to have been in a different position. Okay. If her legs were, for example, tucked under her, then there may not be any blood that got on her legs in that position.
Okay. Now, did you see any indication that the carpet was cut out from underneath where her legs were to look for a luminol back at or to look for blood spatter back at the crime lab?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you have written on and testified to fairly extensively, as you indicated, is blood spatter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And blood spatter could be forward spatter or back spatter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the article that you wrote back in when was that, sir?
1987.
Okay. That was published in what journal?
Journal of Forensic Science.
Okay. Did that article have anything to do with how far back spatter can go out in an intraoral gunshot wound?
No.
Okay. In that article, sir, you indicated that back spatter missed droplets less than 1 millimeter can generally go back about 2 feet. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Were you meaning to suggest in any way that in an intraoral gunshot wound, back spatter can only go 2 feet?
No.
Why is that?
When you publish any scientific article, your conclusions need to be limited within your experimental model. In the experimental model of our particular article, we set up back spatter experiments that were on a flat surface. What we did is we took a sponge, we saturated it with blood, and we placed it inside a plastic bag and then attached it to foam board with a protective backing so we don't have bullets bouncing around. And then we placed the muzzle of the weapon close to it and discharged the weapon. And the gases as well as the bullet penetrate the bag, simulating an exposed shot like to someone's forehead or temple region, and create the gas enter the area. They create small droplets of blood as the gas. In that experiment, you have a large volume area for the gases to dissipate. And so the initial momentum that is created by the gases dissipates fairly rapidly. And in my experience, within this experimental design, these droplets would, under a millimeter or less in size, would travel a couple of feet.
Okay. Why is then the experimental design or what you're trying to look for important when you're doing experiments or discussing how far backspatter can go?
Well, the one unique thing about crime scenes is you encounter lots of different circumstances. For example, you could have a crime scene the result of a shooting that's out of doors, and the wind could be blowing. Wind could carry these particulates farther than just the shooting itself might carry them once they're in free flight within the atmosphere. So that's a circumstance that would not apply. Intraoral, a gunshot wound, you have an enclosed cavity. It's like blowing up a balloon. And when you let go of the end of the balloon, the gas escapes through the area of least resistance, and there is more initial force applied to all of the particulates that are escaping.
Okay. In other words, would it be fair to say that the momentum can make backspatter travel further?
That potential is certainly possible, yes.
Okay. And in an intraoral wound, you said that gas escapes out of a cavity. What cavity would that be?
And the mouth, and then possibly the nose.
Okay. Where does the gas build up in the mouth?
Well, you have to understand the process, I guess, associated with what's going on here before.
Okay.
Before I could just give that a yes or no answer.
Why don't we talk about it a little bit? May I just have another picture, Mark, please?
See a couple of these.
Sir, you've seen this picture before?
Yes.
Okay, and you actually watched the whole little video or MPEG that this picture was pulled from?
Yes.
And it's your understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that that's a gun, a revolver being fired?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is that cloud that we see coming out in the front of the gun there?
That is what we'd refer to as expanding gases that would be coming out of the end of the barrel after the bullet.
Why is that important to understand how the gases expand?
The entire concept of discharging a firearm is based upon an explosion of solid propellants that occur within a cartridge case. These solid propellants are converted with a lot of heat to a gas. The gas expands, and the pressure of that expanding gas is what pushes a bullet out the barrel and gives its initial velocity as it exits the barrel. These gases are expanding as they're coming out because they are still hot. And as you can see in this photograph, the area where the gases are visible is larger than the actual bore diameter of the weapon. So it demonstrates that this expansion process in the photograph.
And does the fact that the pressure continues to expand have anything to do with the fact that the bullet does come out of the gun?
Yes. Gunpowder is a chemical reaction that is not real quick. It's not like what you might find, for example, in a hand grenade. Gunpowder is designed to burn a little slower, and rifle powders are a little slower actually than pistol powders. So you have this initial explosion that takes place. You have the continued burning of these powders as they're going down the barrel, and we have seen and demonstrated that there are partially burned gunpowder also exiting the bullet exiting the barrel after the bullet. So they are probably also burning in the atmosphere and causing expanding gases as well. What you end up with is what you see here, a cloud that is larger in diameter than the bore from which they exited.
Okay. And when you have this cloud and you call it an explosion, if that gun is inside someone's mouth in an intraoral wound, would that explosion be taking place inside the oral cavity?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that significant when discussing how far backspatter can go out in an intraoral wound?
Because the amount of space is limited. These pressures are present, And this gas is going to release through the area of least resistance. And that would be the mouth and possibly the nose. So they're going to exit that area, especially in a gunshot where you have no forward spatter. The bullet did not exit the other side and carry kinetic energy with it.
Okay. And does the kinetic energy have anything to do with how far the back spatter can go out?
The kinetic energy is the energy of what we call objects in motion, and it is the momentum of the bullet is generally what we talk about, the kinetic energy.
Right.
Kinetic energy is also applied to a gas, an expanding gas, and the particulates that are in that gas. They are going to give motion or action to objects.
Okay. Do they follow the path of the kinetic energy?
Yes.
Are they propelled by the kinetic energy?
Yes.
Okay. And why is the fact that they're propelled by the kinetic energy important?
These objects are created by the destruction that takes place by the bullet, expansion of the wound channel, liquids that are present, bits of tissue that are suspended will follow those gases as they are expelled.
Okay. And have you yourself done simple demonstrations or could tell the jury about a simple demonstration that would explain that?
Yes, it's not hard to demonstrate. Prior to coming down here, I just set a paint can on a countertop with some butcher paper and just pressed the button on the paint can and held it down. Paint can operates under pressure and what we call the Venturi effect, and it creates little tiny droplets of paint that exit in a mist. In a stagnant air environment, I could get these droplets of paint to travel about 63 inches. I took a small fan and connected it to the tabletop next to the paint can, and then repeated the experiment by pushing down the top of the paint can and held it. And the small droplets, less than a millimeter in size, would travel out 94 inches. And that was basically in the length of my table.
Okay. And so the amount of momentum or explosive factor that propels the small particles out can affect how far back they're going to travel. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, correct.
Okay. Now, your article, and it's been talked about in this courtroom a lot, mentions something called Stokes' Law. When you wrote that article, were you intending to say that this Stokes' Law limit in any way limited how far back spatter can go out in an intraoral wound when the gases are pushing the spatter backwards?
No.
Tell the jurors what that discussion about Stokes' Law in your article was about.
Like with any other science, most sciences begin through the process of observations of things that happen, and later on, one thinks about these and tries to assign principles that might apply to why these observations occur. If you go to Yellowstone Park and watch Old Faithful, you might be awed by what happens. A geologist might look at this and say, there must be some foundational principles by why Old Faithful spouts the way it does and at the intervals that it does. The same is true in our science. The science of bloodstain pattern analysis is based primarily on observations. And when I wrote this paper about 20 years ago, a group of us were trying to look at why this phenomena was occurring. Stokes' Law deals with the friction capability of viscous liquids. And Stokes' Law might be used to determine how much oil you might get through the Alaskan pipeline per unit time. Stokes also looked at spheres and had a calculation for determining the terminal velocity of a sphere falling through a medium based upon characteristics of the medium, the liquid medium, and characteristics of the sphere. This wasn't unlike what we were seeing. Our medium was actually air. We know that air has some density. We had an observation that larger particles seem to travel farther than smaller particles. So there are some factors of density and particle size. I threw this paragraph in there with some caveats. I start out with the word if certain things occur, then maybe this applies. As I look at it over the course of my career, it probably was the inappropriate application. It probably does not apply as much as we thought it did back then.
Okay. And so Stokes' law, as you just testified, was for dropping droplets into a liquid going downward, correct?
Yeah, solids in a liquid, and if the particular object has a same density and was larger in diameter, the terminal velocity that it could reach in the liquid would be faster.
You trying to say that terminal velocity applies for things dropping downward into gravity, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you trying to say that Stokes' law terminal velocity had anything to do with being propelled out this way in an intraoral wound?
No, well, where we were looking at Stokes' law is that if you take a drop of blood and drop it from a height above 3 feet onto like a glass plate, all the droplets are going to be the same size because that blood will reach a terminal velocity as it falls towards that glass plate. How this applies was that, again, we were seeing a circumstance of small droplets not going very far. Larger droplets were carrying further. The diameter of the droplet, the mass of that droplet had an effect on its terminal velocity. We were thinking maybe it has an effect in its initial velocity. As I look at it now, this is probably much simpler than that.
And why do you say that?
Because you have gas, you have an explosion, you have a presence of gas that develops an initial velocity on these particulates. It's not much different than the bullet that goes down the barrel. And then from the time that it leaves and these gases expand, it probably loses velocity because some larger droplets have greater mass, they carry farther than and are less susceptible to air resistance, probably travel further than the smaller droplets.
Does the fact that this is an intraoral wound with the gas as propellant also indicate that Stokes' law is inapplicable to you?
Probably not. Probably does not apply. We have yet to come up with any formula that would say that a certain size droplet will travel an expected distance. It's still a business of observations.
Okay. And therefore, would I be correct in asking you whether there's general accepted agreement in the scientific community that blood spatter can only go out 3 feet?
No, it just depends on the circumstance.
Okay. So general agreement in the scientific community that small blood spatter or large blood spatter go out 3 feet?
No.
Okay. And in the circumstance of an intraoral wound that you talk about, the explosion in the mouth, as we had in this particular case, does something called Boyle's law apply?
Yes and no. Yeah, it does.
Tell the jury what Boyle's law is, because they've heard a little bit about it in the past, but tell them what your interpretation is in terms of with blood spatter.
When dealing with gases, there are a number of different laws that have come along, primarily during the 1800s. There's what we call the ideal gas laws. They all deal with certain parameters. When you have a fixed amount of gas, that its volume is going to be related to the amount of pressure applied to it and a constant, which is temperature. Boyle's law is one of several gas laws. I have to refer to my notes to give you a specific definition. It says for a fixed mass or amount of gas at a fixed temperature, the pressure and the volume would be constant. In our circumstance, we have an explosion that's taking place. We don't have a constant. We don't have an enclosed environment where we could measure pressure or where we can measure volume. It's something that occurs very quickly and then it's gone.
Okay. And with regard to an intraoral wound,
I need to interrupt you briefly. We need to do something outside the presence of the jury just momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition. Would you step into the jury room? I'll try to make it as brief as possible. The jurors and the alternates have left. Mr. Weiss, you want to bring your client forward? Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Weiss. I'm prepared to make the order I told you about yesterday. Do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Just briefly, Your Honor, it's my understanding of the defense that at this point that she is not going to be called as a witness, that the court has made a finding that her testimony is irrelevant. And based on that, I would ask the court not to put any type of gag order at this time. I don't see any reason for it. In addition, as far as her ability to earn a living, it deals with talking to the press every day. She's got a book out, and she's got a book coming out very shortly, and she basically primarily is focused in on and talking about promoting her books. She's not interested in promoting anything that goes on in this trial whatsoever. So, I mean, to limit her from talking to the press would prohibit her from earning a living here. And that's part of her way she earns a living. It's writing books and selling them. So based on that, and I don't know what the defense position is at this point, but it's my understanding that they weren't planning, once the court made its ruling, they weren't planning to call her as a witness at this point. So based on that, I would ask the court not to put any type of a order on her or prohibit her from talking about the case, or especially talking about her books and her life in general. That's part of her livelihood, that's part of her life, and that's how she survives.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rosen?
Just very brief, given the court's prior indications and rulings in this matter, we did not intend to call as a witness at this point.
So you're basically, let me clarify the parts that we haven't talked about. It was based upon that Mr. Spector took the stand, that depending upon his testimony, then her testimony might become relevant. Without his testimony, it's irrelevant. That's the bottom line. It has nothing to do with this case, because there's nothing to link Ms. Gibson's proposed testimony with the facts of this case as they exist at the present time. Are you saying that Mr. Spector is not going to testify?
I'm not prepared to make that statement at this point.
Okay. Without, do you want to be heard, Mr. Bruno? Certainly.
There is one point that the team feels very strongly about, and that is this. As the court knows, we have indicated previously that we believe that while the universe of her testimony may be viewed the way the court does and the way the prosecution does, we have presented previously parts of that proposed testimony that we think are relevant, whether Mr. Spector testifies or he doesn't testify. And I know the court has ruled and indicated previously that the court does not agree with the defense in that respect, but I think it is important to protect the record, to stick on it, the fact that we do believe in those limited areas that we've discussed previously, whether Mr. Spector ever hits the witness stand or doesn't hit the witness stand, that particular portion of Ms. Gibson's testimony bears relevancy to the issues in this case that's been presented thus far and will be continued to be presented.
That's fine, but that has nothing to do with the point I'm making here. I understand what you're saying, but that has nothing to do with my rulings. Prosecution wish to be heard? Okay. Well, it's very simple. I don't care whether Ms. Gibson promotes her book, but she's not going to do it by bringing Ms. Clarkson into it. That's real simple. As long as this trial is in existence, if you go out and promote your book and you mention Lana Clarkson in any way, shape, fashion, or form while this case is ongoing, I am ordering you not to do that. It is inappropriate. You are a potential witness in this case, despite the comments that were just made. All witnesses are ordered not to talk to the media, especially because your testimony at this point is inadmissible. It would be nothing but an attempt, in my view, to influence the jury, even though they're under an order not to read articles. The possibility exists that they do. So if you want to sell your book about your life, that's fine, but you're not going to mention Lana Clarkson. And if you do, you will be in violation of my order, and I will hold you in contempt. It's that simple. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honor. My objective was never to disrespect the court, ever.
Okay.
And I was just under the assumption that I was completely excused, according to you and according to Mr. Rosen.
And that could be
that clear to you.
And that's fine. And I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying now this is what the facts are.
Okay.
And you may promote your book. I have no interest in whether you do or you don't, only to the fact that it may affect, to the extent that it may affect this trial. And that means you may not in any way, shape, form, touch upon, come close to, or talk about Lana Clarkson or anything dealing with the Phil Spector case. Other than that, you're free to talk about what you want.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
If she has asked the question, and the book, her diaries are presented to her, and Ms. Clarkson's name is pointed out.
She can't talk about it. She tells the interviewer, I'm sorry, I am forbidden while the trial, Mr. Spector's trial is ongoing, to discuss it. I'm very sorry, I can't do it. I'd like to, but I can't. Simple. Okay. Anything else?
We have just a moment.
Certainly.
One issue I'd like some guidance on.
Okay.
Mr. Reese just brought up if she's giving an interview and is asked about a particular book or an entry in the book. It is our belief, based on information that we have, based on the preliminary investigation that we've done, that any entries concerning Lana Clarkson in Ms. Gibson's book have patently been doctored, the forgeries. I would ask that the court's order extend to any interviews that she give surrounding that particular book.
I said anything to do with this trial or Lana Clarkson. Therefore, it's covered.
If in fact Ms. Gibson is asked by an interviewer, can we see your book? And that book opens up to that page, that would be inappropriate. I don't think.
Oh, I agree. That's part of, if she tries to do, and I'm not suggesting that you would, if you try to do something like that.
May I say something, Ron?
Certainly.
Those documents, my black book, has been in the chain of custody since 1999. So this allegation is really insulting the people and the chain of custody and the sense of scrutiny that the criminal evidence room maintains over its chain of custody.
Well, I'll leave that for others. I've been given a lot of information which is contained in my ruling that I made that is sealed, which will remain sealed. I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment at this time. I've allowed you to make your statement. You've made your statement. And that's my ruling. So in the answer to your question, it would be covered. Mr. Weiss?
I just don't think it's appropriate for the people that accuse those books of being doctored. That's slanderous towards my client, and I feel it's totally inappropriate here.
You can handle that somewhere else. I'm only concerned about the sanctity of my trial. And that's what I'm concerned about. That's the limited order I've made. Everybody seems to be on board with that. Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. I hope it's clarified. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And if the witness will retake the stand, and we'll call the jurors out. Oh, okay. As soon as the jurors are ready. Well, no, the reporter needs a reset. You know what? If we hear the jurors, we can hear the restroom doors closing. Why don't we take about another 5 minutes, give the reporter a chance to take a break, and then that'll be it for the morning.
Okay, guys, that's gonna do it for today. Yeah, who is that person? I don't know who that is. I've never seen her before in my life. Don't want to read her book. Hollywood must suck. Like, seriously. Everybody wants to write books about everybody else. Like, seriously. I wouldn't want to be friends with anybody if I lived in Hollywood, because they're just going to turn around and write a book about me one day. Like, seriously. It's crazy. Okay, we're going to end it there. That was part 1 of that guy. The toxicology. Was that the toxicology guy? No. That was a blood. I don't even remember who we're on. Okay, so that is it for today. And we're going to take the 3-day holiday weekend off. So you guys have a wonderful holiday. And we will be back Tuesday morning at 8 for more of this guy's testimony. And then at 9 o'clock should be Karen Reed again. So thank you guys for coming out. And I will see you guys on Tuesday morning, and have a great, safe, and happy holiday. And remember, be kind to people, love your family. Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. And if you're going to drink responsibly. I don't want to see you on Biggin's channel, okay?
Thank you.